shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, Life's dreams, we're all by your side, Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our last street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Melody, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take a hike. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey, Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. It is February 21st, 2024, 9:33 a.m. And I am Shelly, your mouthy mama, talking trash and truths. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. I hadn't planned on what I was going to talk about. And then I woke up and, as usual, I got hit in the face with what I wanted to talk about. So I did some quick research, faced a couple demons, and here we are. So let's say hi to everybody. Winning reality first. He's first. That's only fair. I did that to you yesterday. Hi there, honey. Wolfram wipes his paws, lopes in, and out. That was a horrible howl, but that's the best you're going to get out of me today. How you doing, sweeties? Lady Awesome, Grand Rising, beautiful souls, always with her beautiful intro. I love the way she comes into a room. Mimsy, hello to you too, honey. Good M to everybody. Let's see, Inya, welcome. Mike, how are you? Good M to you. Happy hump day. And let's see, that's it for the hellos, I'm sure. There we go. Cool gamer. Hello to you too. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. It is cold. It doesn't feel like the temperature's not that bad. It's only like a couple degrees below freezing, but it is cold in my house. I don't have the heat on though, but I mean, that's my fault. I have the small heat on, but I don't have like the room heater on because it's just noisy and annoying. So I think you guys have noticed, I was told yesterday in the chat that I was missed. So I was like, I talked to Winning last night and I was like, should I do a show tomorrow? He was like, I think you should do a show tomorrow. I was like, all right. Because here's the thing. Lady Awesome said, so glad you're streaming today. I've missed you, Shelly. Aw, I missed you guys. So I even wrote it in my subheading. I've missed you, degenerates. You could blame the degenerate part on me watching Nick every other night because that's just, I have no words for that stream anymore. But yeah, I've been away since last week. I haven't felt good at all. Part of it was physical sickness. Part of it was just the pain of, my situation. And part of it was me being me and spiraling into a bout of depression that I was going to, basically drown from. So I just kind of pulled back and I didn't talk to many people and I didn't engage because when I did, I had to, I had to be on, I had to be happy. I had to be whatever. I can't hide that from one person. So unfortunately they got the shit end of the stick. But with most people, like I can, I can do the tap dance if I have to, no matter what my mood. And I really didn't want to try to do that on stream. I don't like to hide my feelings from you guys. I don't like to come up here and be like, everything's hunky dory and it's great and I'm in a great mood. Let's chat. I can't talk to you for 4 to 6 hours faking it. I just can't. I especially now since I can't remember things, like what you see is what you get. I'm always going to come here and give you my genuine self, whether it's good, bad, ugly, it doesn't matter. You get me. You don't come here and get some caricature of who I am. I don't have to come up here and be all jokes and, sexual innuendos or whatever. I mean, do they happen? Yeah, they are part of my personality. But that's not all that I am. There's so much more and not all of it is pretty. Not all of it is nice. Um I've been very upfront with you guys about depression. It sneaks up on me and it's overpowering. It's overwhelming and I never know what I'm going to do. It's almost like I give this beast control over me and it's very hard. I do fight it. It doesn't seem like it, but I try really, really hard to fight that beast. And there's a lot of pain involved there. There's a lot of sadness, a lot of crying. Oh dear God, the crying. And unfortunately, in my adulthood, instead of rage, which was my go-to when I was younger and had the energy, I don't have the energy to be mad all the time. To just be mean and angry because you got to be creative to be mean. You really do. And I just didn't have the energy. So when you don't have the energy, you tend to get apathetic. And that's what I've been for this last week. Nothing made me happy. Nothing gave me any kind of enjoyment, let alone joy. Like joy was unreachable. I might chuckle here and there. I might, get lost in little things for a couple minutes to maybe a couple hours. But as soon as that was over, I would revert right back to that sad, numb, hopeless place. And a couple times I wanted to go live, but I felt like I was burdening people. So I decided to stay to myself. And it didn't work out so well. I started feeling better yesterday. And it's been a rough week. So I started looking over the week for reasons why I do the things I do. Because even to me, some of the things I do are completely irrational. Completely okay, so what the fuck are you doing? I don't understand where the need to run away, where the need to withdraw is coming from. You're fine. It's a bump. That's all it is. You hit a bump, and instead of just, putting a little extra effort and trying to get over that bump or to flatten the bump, you let it just become this mountain, this unclimbable, insurmountable mountain, and you let it defeat you. And I am not a quitter. Despite the fact, I've always said, spitters are quitters and I'm no quitter. But when it comes to everything else, I'm so quick to say, nope, and go the other way. I have such avoidant personality traits. Like, you just have no idea. I mean, my anxiety, I don't take anxiety pills anymore. I don't take, antidepressants. I don't take anti-anxieties. I don't take any kind of like mood pills, nothing. All the crap they had me on. I don't take any of that. I barely take Tylenol anymore. Like, occasionally I'll be like, I have to take a leave because my fucking legs are killing me. My back is killing me. But for the most part, I try to stay away from, like pharmaceutical pills. Um, I take a lot of supplements now, which is weird. I take like milk thistle, and then there's this ashwinder, whatever root, and I got this tick immune pill that has like all these different herbs to like try to combat the Lyme, which, believe it or not, I mean, they made me really sick, which apparently they were supposed to do, but it did do like a big purge of all the like of a lot of the crap that I carry around day to day. My mind is very, very clear. Like, I feel more in a mindful way like myself than I have in 2 years easily. I feel very sharp. Now, that's not to say that I'm not gonna fuck up my words, because the occasional, blonde moment happens. You know, not a slam to any of the blondes out there, but, history shows me, my experiences, that joke stands every time. Uh, Mind you, my son at one point was blonde, so I'm not biased. I'm just saying facts. Redheads are soulless and wild. They have tempers. Blondes are little, beep, and brunettes, well, we're wonderful. I mean, come on. And if you have gray hair, good for you. I have tons of gray hair. I'm very wise, but you'll never know it because I will always dye that shit. Fuck that. But yeah, I take the turmeric with the black pepper. I mean, I take a multivitamin. I take a lot of different things now. And while I do feel better physically, like I feel healthier. I feel a little more energetic. Like yesterday, Connor and I attacked the living room, and we moved furniture around because he finally put my computer chair together, which I very nicely was sitting in right before I started the show. And then now I have a cat scratch on my foot because my cat was so mad. She claimed that chair, bitch. She claimed that chair as soon as it was made. And I thought it was cute. It was funny. She was all like sprawled out, nails in both corners of the chair, like just laying there looking at me like, this is mine. And I sat in it this morning, and she was disgruntled. And I thought it was cute because she like was meowing at me like, get the hell out of my chair. And then I was just about to go live. I started the song, and I was like, you son of a bitch. And she bit and scratched my foot, and then sat there and looked at me and just slow blinked like, get the fuck out of my chair. So I had to get out of her chair. I got out. I swear to God, my ass did not leave the chair before she was on it and like claws into the cushion. And I was like, I can't believe this. So me and her are going to have a talk that involves treats so that we can timeshare the chair, because she's oddly possessive about it. She's never ever scratched me in all the time I've had it. She was mad that I took that chair. So it was like, okay. So now I'm back in the other chair, and I'm sitting here looking at her like, you bitch. But that's all right, because she's mine, so I expect it. But yeah, no, I feel a lot better on what I'm on, but with the lack of I guess chemical help. Also, the fact that I barely smoke any weed anymore. I literally only vape at night to go to sleep. That's it. Like, it's the only thing I have left is cigarettes and coffee. And there's a whole song about it. I gave up coffee and cigarettes, and I thought it would make a difference, and it fucking didn't. So I'm gonna go with that song and be like, I'm not giving them up. So yeah, you could suck it. I'd be a much less pleasant person. Eventually, I'll have to give them up, but it's like, whatever. Something's gonna kill me in this world. The water's killing you. The food is killing you. Why not choose to, do it yourself? I'll put whatever toxins I want in my body. But that's neither here nor there. I do feel better. But without the help, I can spiral out of control really, really quickly. And my anxieties are not small and they're not few. And we work on that stuff here. That was the whole point of this channel. Because there were things that I could tell you guys that I couldn't even tell my therapist. Because one-on-one is judgy. Me talking to you guys one on, 10, one on 20, one on whatever, that's not judgy. You guys get it. I connect better with you all than I do with the people in my actual life because they don't get it. We're dealing with a very small group of people who they didn't have the best childhoods, but they certainly didn't have mine. And not only can they not fathom the things that I've been through, it hurts them to think that I've been through them, so they don't. And on the other hand, they think too highly of me because I went through them and came out the other end. Like they tend to think that I can handle anything, that I'm like this superwoman. And that's just not true. I am as fragile as everybody else, if not more so. I am as flawed and weak and troubled as the next person. There's nothing superhuman about me. And I think they just give way too much credit to that. Like they believe that I can handle anything because I'm so strong. I'm so tired of hearing that. You're so strong, Shelly. I love how strong you are. You're strong enough to get through this. I get that I'm strong. I get it, but I'm also not. And they don't give any kind of leeway for that. You have to be strong. You have to live up to all these expectations. And I can't. I can't maintain that. It takes too much. I need to take care of me, and there's no room in that for that. There's no room for me to falter or to be sad or, to withdraw for a while and do my own thing because it's always, I need your attention. I need your attention. It's, like I get texts going, I miss you. I hope your life isn't going better than mine right now. And like 8 pages of just all the things going wrong in their life and not one question of how are you? How are you? It's just this massive unload of everything. And these are like actual people in my life who like are physically, I've worked with, I'm very good friends with. But they have this thing where they know that I'm always open to hearing, what's going on and I want to help because, that's part of growing up with childhood or narcissistic abusers. You want to please everybody. You want to be everything for everybody when they need it. And I do that a lot. That's pretty much my raison d'etre. And they know that. And they rely on that. But that's all they do. There's never just a, hey, hi, how you doing? There's never a, guess what funny thing happened today? It's always doom and gloom. And they wonder why I don't really want to talk to them anymore. Because all they do is just unload. And then they're like, oh, I feel better. And whoop, out the door they go until the next time they need to unload. And I'm at the point where I'm like, what do I look like to you? Like, go to a fucking therapist. Do me a favor. Like, go to a goddamn therapist. You guys, it's different when I hear like stuff because it's not a constant, like, that's all you do. You exchange with me. You give me feedback. You joke with me. You show up at, different streams and just, hey, hi, oh, it's good to see. You're actually happy to just see me. So, I mean, it's different. There's a balance. I love the balance. I need that. But in my regular life, there's no balance. Like it's all just take. And it just drives me crazy because I got nothing left to give. Because they're not giving anything in return. It's like, what am I supposed to feel honored by your friendship? Fuck you. Like, you're like, Who's benefiting at all? Like, I have no benefit except that I get to while away my hours sitting there listening to you bitch and moan about a life that you're not willing to change. Here we're all about coping and changing. We identify things, we try to figure out how to cope with them, we take action, and we try to move forward. That's what this whole channel has been about. Unfortunately, the people that are in my physical 3D life don't do that. They're not, "Oh, I don't want to figure out where this comes from. I don't want to figure out why I do this. I just want you to accept that I do this and tell me how to fix it." I can't do that. Yeah. I am not a fucking miracle worker. I'm good at giving advice. Yeah, sure. Because I know all their histories, I know their personalities, I know, what they look like, how they act, what they do for a living, what what their worth is, like, monetarily, like financially. I know their family backgrounds. So I can tell, all right, well, I mean, this is like the time, da 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 da. All right, last time this happened, you did this and it didn't fucking work. I told you to do this, but you didn't do it. So maybe you should try doing what I told you to do last time. And it's so repetitive. It's over and over and over. And it's a lot. So I don't have anybody in my 3D life that I can talk to. I have winning. I can't put everything on winning. I can't. It's not fair. And then I have you guys. And lately, I just wanted to run away from it all. Like, I'm not reading chat right now because I need to get this out. I wanted to shut my channel down. I did. I was like, I don't want to stream anymore. It's a lot of work. Very little reward for the amount of time you put into it. It's very frustrating with all the shadow banning and censorship and everything. When you have something to say and nobody's listening, it gets very frustrating and very demoralizing. And you want to just not care. You're like, well, nobody else cares. Why should I? Why should I? And I mean, please don't take offense to it. I love you guys, and I genuinely missed you. I was happy to run into you in chats or whatever and just, act like everything was okay, but things were not okay. And I listened to a couple people who had a couple negative things to say about like what I do. They didn't think they were negative. I felt they were negative. And it sent me down that whole rabbit hole of why, there are people out there who just think this is like a chick channel, like it's an emotion channel. It's actually not. I mean, it is partly both of those things, but it's not just for chicks. It's for a lot of dudes because unlike most of the female population that apparently is out there running their mouths, I believe men have emotions. I believe men have traumas. I don't believe they deal with them because I think we tell them, man up, stop being a pussy. Like, I don't think that's fair. I think men deserve to be taken care of just as much as we do. And it doesn't make them less. Do I want to hear them whine? No. Do I want to hear women whine? No. Equally no. I don't want to hear anybody whine, including me. But it's going to happen. Whining fucking happens. And I don't think it's whining when you have legitimate feelings that are hurting you. I think talking about it has to happen. And I don't have anybody face to face who I trust anymore to talk about it. So I don't think it's fair to unload everything on winning because then I'm doing to him what everybody does to me. So I'm here, and I started listening to people about, oh, well, you do this and it's just all emotion and it's all you putting your feelings out there. And it's like, you let people in and you put that stuff out there. And I started to feel ashamed of my channel. Like, is that all I do? Is all I do go out there and just cry? And, like somebody said, well, you do it for attention. And I was like, I really fucking don't. If I did this shit for attention, I would promo the fuck out of my show, and I never do. I come here and talk, and whoever shows up, shows up. If you show up, it's because you want to, not because I want you to. I mean, of course I want you to, but I'm not compelling you to do it. I'm just here. Nick always says people don't know what they want. That's why they're in chat. And he's like, once you know what you want, you don't need you to. So apparently a lot of us don't know what we want. But, I mean, that's Nick's opinion. But I love Nick. Ricada is my boy. And I'm worried for him. And he knows that. But yeah, some of the things he says, they stick in my head. The things that other people say stick in my, everything sticks in my head. And it's just waiting. It's like pinned to like this giant cork board of things people say. And at the most inopportune times, those notes will be like fluttering in my face, like, look, pay attention to me. Look, this is true. And it's just like, oh, because I just want the thought to go away. Those are my intrusive thoughts. Those are the spontaneous thoughts that just won't fucking die a natural death. And this week has been full of them. And I didn't do the live streams when I wanted to, which probably would have knocked me right out of my mood. But I couldn't do it because I kept thinking, people think you do this for attention. And then Nick was talking about this guy that he was talking to in text and on the phone who was thinking of unaliving himself and how much effort he put into it. And, he did all these good things for this person that he didn't even know to help them in a time of need, which I know a lot of people have a problem with rackets, but that's the Nick that I know. I know that Nick. That's my friend. And I was listening to him and he did all these things. And then the guy turned around and went to Kiwi Farms and decided to look up all this shit on Nick and talk shit about Nick and totally betray him and stab him in the back. And, that's because some people are absolute shit. And he was like, so now he's among the haters, saying that I'm a piece of shit and I'm this and I'm that, whatever. And it dawned on me that this guy who was begging for Nick's attention turned on him because he's fucked up. Maybe because he knows he can't do what Nick does. Maybe because he knows he's not as strong as Nick was in that moment. Maybe he was ashamed of the fact that he went and begged for Nick's attention so that he wouldn't unalive himself. I don't know. I don't know why he did it. I don't care. The thing is, people turn on you and you get haters. And sometimes they're the people that you're the nicest to. They do it for no fathomable reason that you can see. And that happens to me a lot. And I was thinking about it and I was like, you know what? I was like, why are these people telling me that I'm looking for attention? They know me well enough to know that I don't like attention. I really don't. I mean, doing this is for me to get my mind right and to hopefully help some people to get better along with me or even to help me. But it's not the look at me. Like, I don't think I'm so wonderful. Quite the opposite. But there are people out there who want to throw a wrench in your works. They want to derail you. So they do the little comments, little innocuous comments that chip away at your self-esteem, chip away at your confidence in what you do. And that was something that happened. I lost confidence in what I was doing. I started thinking, okay, why am I doing this again? Like, why would I even bother? People don't care. They don't like it. They don't, whatever. And so I was going to stop. I was going to quit. there was a genuine desire to just nuke the whole thing and just go away online, just not to come back online, just do what I used to do, just read and stay to myself. And all that did was remind me of how isolated I was during the pandemic, how much I isolated myself, because reasons, and how it changed me. I do not thrive in isolation. I just don't. But I can't always be social either. And it got to the point where I was so social. I was literally in like all the chats. I was everywhere throwing, comments here, praise here, advice here, money here. And I wound up completely drained and I didn't realize it until I shut everything down and I just stopped. And that led me to feeling all lonely and shit. And it was just like, why is everything feeling so doom and gloom lately? And it was building up and it hit a peak last week and I was going to nuke everything. And for once, there was a voice in my head, and I'm not going to say whose voice it was, but it was an avatar we all know and love. And it kept saying, don't do this. Don't do the emotional decision. Stop. Give it a rest. Step back. Think about it. Deal with it. And then take action. So that's what I did. I tried to find things to lift my mood, tried to be better, and I tried to feel better. I tried to think more logically. And I've spent the last week picking apart all my situations, my feelings, my thought processes, the things that are really, really bothering me. And I started to look into the why. And that's how we came to today. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder and romantic relationships. Now, it's not just romantic relationships, but the most of what I found out there had to do more with romantic relationships. And it can equate to other types of relationships, platonic relationships, familial relationships, even like just professional oriented relationships. It does touch on all of those, but this is primarily geared toward the romantic relationships in your life. And it's not just one, it's all of them. And where the problems come in. And when I talk about C-PTSD, it's not just the childhood trauma. It's for people with childhood trauma, childhood abuse, childhood sexual abuse, childhood neglect. Anybody who has had their childhood somehow upended or have experienced or have not experienced the proper developmental milestones like trust and, stuff like that as they should have. But this also extends to people who have been in relationships with narcissistic partners. And I'm not talking about somebody who has just a couple narcissistic traits. I'm talking about relationships with people who have a genuine narcissistic behavioral disorder. And honestly, they can't help themselves and they don't want to. They're perfectly happy being the way they are. They do the love bombing, they do the gaslighting, they do the projecting, they do the withdrawal, they do the hoovering where they run back and they suck up all your attention. You're just like, oh, they do the isolationism, they do the constant chipping away at who you are, how you are, at your worth, at your very personality. Like everything you do, you become so love starved after being, overfed by love. You become love starved. And then when they throw you a scrap, you go for it like it's an 8-course meal at a, 4-star Michelin restaurant. Like, this all comes together. And that's the type of narcissistic partner abuse or even parental abuse that I'm talking about. Before we get into that, God, let me catch up on chat. Jesus. I told you it's going to be another one of those things where I talk and then we go back. Hi, Winning. He's so cute. Isn't he cute, guys? He's adorable. Last said, Shelly, have you looked into St. John's wort? It helped with depression, menopause, ADHD. I have not, but I will. I should have known to look into that because my grandmother was a huge advocate of that. She thought that gave her between the ages of 70 and 80. She was like, it gave me new life. Okay. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, I'm like, oh wait, she swore by that shit. So I'll write that down. It also helps with insomnia and healing wounds. Oh, girl, now you speaking my language. You're speaking my language. Mike, I'd pay to be your chair. Why? You want my cat to sit on you? Because that's what's gonna happen. I shouldn't have said that because phrasing, and you could have taken that a different way. And I meant it as in the actual cat. But anyway, God, you behave. In your MERS, I'm making a whole plan to try to quit smoking again. Oh, goody. Last time you quit smoking, you were just like, I'm gonna be a bitch. Like that was not your exact words, but that was the whole point of you telling me what you told me. You were like, I'm gonna be a miserable. I'm like, oh, great. I'm like, oh, I ain't quitting this week because there can't be two of us. Girl. Hey, Mims. Thank you so much. Such a good mod. March 1st, I'm gonna try again. Girl, I'm not trying to quit before my birthday. It's not happening. I am not turning 50 in a bitchy mood. It's not gonna happen. I might even be drunk to turn 50. I don't know. It depends. It depends. As long as I don't need those, we're good. Lady Awesome, good for you. And yeah, I've given up vaping. I'm not quitting smoking. That's my people repellent. That's right. That's how it creates that fog of mystery. We're going to call it mystery around her that keeps people out. In your MERS loss, I feel you just starting to have breathing problems, especially at night, turned into COPD. Smoking asthma is not good. Yeah, no, it really isn't. And I do have to cut back, even as I just lit one. Well, I mean, you're talking about it, so obviously I had to have one. I really wish, you ever notice when you quit smoking, every single movie or TV you watch somebody smoking, and you're just like, God damn it. You get so mad because you're just like, that's right. I want to say it. The slightest thing is like, oh. But yeah, that's probably the worst addiction I've ever experienced, other than being crazy. I'm addicted to being crazy a little bit. Last I feel you just started to have breathing. Yeah, all right, I read that. As soon as I'm able to smoke in my own house without children, it will be wonderful. Don't smoke in your house. You ruin all your stuff. You will. One of the reasons I can't wait to move is because I can't wait to get rid of all this shit. Because I feel like everything is just smoke infested. And it's gross to me. My house was never like this. I miss having all the open windows and everything else. I love my screen and porch. I'm practically still in my. There you go. I had my whole desk out there last year. Awesome. And you hate to hear that. However, the mind is a powerful thing. Once you decide, I have faith in you, you can accomplish anything you put your mind to. You guys are great to each other. I love that. I love how supportive you are. And yeah, I hope you don't, but if you need to, I understand, or even take a break for a while. Oh, you're talking to me. Okay. I'm not gonna take a break. I need to push myself to be on here, even if it's the most boring stream ever. I have to show up because I have to be accountable. I made a commitment. I made a promise that I would do this. And I intend to see it through. It's just I let somebody take me off the path of what I was doing, and it started to become like the old morning show to me, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs. Like, I don't want that ever again, because that wasn't me. I mean, it was part of me, but it wasn't all of me. I didn't get to bring the better parts of me, and I didn't improve myself. I made myself worse. Like, I literally just devolved into this mean, angry person. And did the meds have a lot to do with it? Yeah, I'm sure they did. But so did the environment. And I never want to go back there, because that's not the person that I'm striving to be. The problem with this world is they like you to stay in your little box. You know, they want you to, you're this is how I define you, and how dare you try to move out of that. And fuck you. I hate being caged by me, by my mind, by pandemics, by people. I don't like being defined. That's why I hate labels, because once you stick a label on somebody, that's who they are. And it's so hard to rewrite the label, to cover the label, to remove the label. So just don't fucking label people. Like, I am a lot of different things. And I constantly want to be better. I constantly work to be better. Do I fuck up? Hell yeah, all the time. All the time. I am gonna fuck up. And if you can't take it, I don't know what to tell you. Because not for nothing, I haven't met one person in this world that is all rainbows and fucking giggles. Like, there's something wrong with everybody. Everybody says things wrong, or does things wrong, or has shitty, like, character traits that you're like, really? You know, you got to take them as they are. One thing does not define a whole person. There was that saying that I don't remember the exact saying, but it's basically like, you could spend, you know, your lifetime doing nothing but good deeds, but that one mistake is what people are going to remember. That's what people are going to talk about. That's what they're going to hyper focus on. And it's true. One misstep seems like it can undo a lifetime of, you know, amazing perfection. Like, that's why I always say I hate the pedestal. Because when people put you up on a pedestal, that shit is rickety as fuck. You will fall off there at the slightest breeze, and you ain't never getting back up there. Because that person doesn't want you up there, because you're not perfect. They put you up there. You're perfect. And when you're not, it shatters their entire being. You know, it shatters the whole world that they've created around you being perfect. I've done it. Recently, I've done it to people. And it's like, it was something that occurred to me. I was like, you know, you fuck up all the time and you get given grace. And yet you're letting this define everything, this one little thing. And it wasn't fair. And I have this thing where I really do want to be fair. Not to be Flair, though we love you. Hello, to be Flair, wherever you are. But to be fair, I want things to be balanced. I don't need, you know, quote unquote, equality, because we're not all the same. It's very hard to be equal. I want to be on equal footing, but I want things to be fair. Sometimes they're going to go in one direction. Sometimes they're going to go in the other. It's a seesaw. It's all about finding the balance. And I wasn't doing that. I had very stubbornly, because in case you haven't noticed, I can be stubborn. And so can my feelings. And my brain especially is like, nope, I planted my flag here. This is my stance, and I'm not budging. And that bitch won't. She's stubborn, so stubborn. I am so stubborn. In case you haven't figured it out. And I had a mindset that I wasn't willing to change. And I had to. And I was unhappy. I made myself ridiculously unhappy. And my seesaw had dropped and planted my ass in the dirt, and it stung. And like a child, I crossed my arms, pouted, and got petulant and stayed there. I didn't get up and right the seesaw. I didn't get up and say, all right, let's try again. Let's keep going. We've been going for so long. Of course I'm going to fall off at some point. So will you. But no, I very, very maturely sat there and said, no, and that was it. I was just going to wallow in my very extreme sadness, and whatever came of that came of it. Fuck it. I didn't care. It was like, I'm not feeling anything. I'm numb. So nothing matters. Ironically enough, it was catching Nick's little stream about John that kind of it felt like it kicked me right between the eyes. Really did. Because I was like, whoa, because he's talking about this guy and how this guy's just going on and on. He's trying so hard to help this guy, and the guy just didn't want to be helped. He didn't want to be helped, but he wanted to be saved. And he still wanted to revert back to being a piece of shit human being. And I was like, wow, this guy's super stubborn. He's not letting Nick help. He's not letting it pass, And Nick said the thing that always gets said: don't look for a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And I don't know why it landed as squarely in my face as it did, but it kind of woke me up a little. Because I was like, this guy, he's being a douche. He's being stubborn. And that little voice in my head had nothing to say except it snorted at me. And I was like, what's so fucking like, what is so funny? Like, why the scoff? Oh, because I'm being stubborn and I'm being a jackass and I'm looking at permanent solutions to temporary problems. Because let's not lie. I won't lie to you. Yeah, those thoughts, they're always there. Most days they're just, languishing on some fucking lounge chair, like, we're here when you need us. But for the most part, like, this whole week has been, I didn't want to wake up. This whole week. And it was irrational to feel so extreme over nothing. And I didn't self-harm in the way that I normally would have. But I self-harmed in that I isolated and I put all my armor on, and I was super cold and super silent and super defensive. Because I was hurt. I got my feelings hurt and I went to the extreme. Like I do. And it was this jackass that Nick was dealing with that woke me up to it. Because I was like, what he did to Nick wasn't fair. And all I could think was, yeah, I'm not being fair either. That in the back of my head, that was just gives that constant commentary on my life throughout the day and night and everything else. It was right. It was that one little sound that said, yeah, you don't like it, but you do it. What? No, I don't. Yeah, you do. And I fought with myself for a couple hours. No, I could rationalize anything. I could find loopholes. I could use semantics, whatever. I'll always be able to convince myself of anything. But I was like, why are you fighting this? You don't want to be apathetic. You don't want to leave the internet. You don't want to leave YouTube. You don't want to leave your chat. You don't want to leave your friends. These are people you care about. I care about what happens to you guys day to day. I care about the ones that don't even really speak to me that much anymore. Like, am I angry? Yeah, I'm angry at them. I'm a little resentful that, they just fucked off. But people do that. They come into your life, they leave. If they want to leave, let them. Go ahead. Bye. Have a good life. Because I've done it. I've left people. So many people. So many people. I am the ghost with the most. But yeah, that really, it woke me up. But no, Inya, I will not be just walking away. And I wouldn't have just deleted anything anyway. I would have told you guys, I think. I don't know. If I'm honest, maybe I would have just deleted everything and been like, fuck it, nobody cares anyway. Because despite the fact that you prove all the time that you do care, there's that thing in my head that tells me, nah, they don't really. You're nothing. It's fine. But I will not be going anywhere. I took a week off. I settled some shit in my head, even though most of the settling happened between Monday night and literally when I hit go live. And a little of it's happening now because, like I said, I do a lot of healing with you guys. I do. I become a lot more aware of my actions and why I do them. And I share them with you because I know that a lot of people go through what I go through. They have the same traits. They do the same things, and they're sitting there going, I don't understand why things just don't work out. Because y'all have a lot of the same, root cause issues that I have. And as an homage to winning, it's a little bit, mind control. Only the people that used to do the mind control on you aren't around anymore for the most part. But you've been trained to do it yourself. It's really, really hard to fight your demons when you're the demon. You are the demon. You are the physical manifestation of everything that has ever happened to you. We're most evil to ourselves usually. And I told you, I have the propensity to be very cruel and very mean, but I don't give into that. I don't do that to people because it reminds me of my father. What I didn't tell you was that I do it to me. I am super hard on me. I take things personally because I'm always ready to make me feel terrible. And that is not easy to admit. It is not easy to admit that the person who loves you the least in your life is you. That you feel pain because part of you, the larger part of you, thinks you deserve it. I don't welcome it. Or maybe I do. I accept it. I absorb it. The good stuff bounces right off. Anyway, there's going to be a lot of this today. So if you're if you're not ready to buckle up, then you might want to hit up a different stream because this one is going to be very, very in-depth. And that's what they're going to be probably from now on. They're not all going to be like doom and gloom, but there's going to be crying because that's what happens when you encounter pain. When you confront pain, it hurts. It hurts. And that is the point of my channel. I am here to confront every one of my demons. I am here to reopen wounds and clean them out. And it hurts, but it's the only way to heal them. And I stopped doing that. And I backslid. And the infection is always there somewhere, ready to take root and take over. And it does rapidly. And then you got to go back. And you got to reopen. And you got to clean it again. And you got to sew it up. Because Band-Aids just are not going to do it. You know, this is coming here is almost like emotional surgery for me. It is dangerous and it's risky and it's very, very vulnerable. I've had people say, how can you get up there and say all these things? These people know all these intimate details about you. They could use it against you. Yeah, see, here's the thing. My shame is my shame, but I'm not ashamed. I have shame for the things that have been done to me and for the things that I've done. I mean, I have literal generational shame. I have cultural shame. I have religious shame. I have every kind of shame you could think of, but I'm not ashamed. So they can't use things that I've done against me. They can't use things that I've said against me because I cop to it all. I am completely accountable for everything I've ever said and done, regardless of what caused it. It's still me. I still have to own it and I have to fucking deal with it and I have to fix it if I can or apologize for it if I can't. But it's still me. It's still stuff that I'm willing to stand up and say, no, yeah, I said that. Yeah, I did that. That was shitty. I'm sorry. You know, I might equivocate and say like, well, I was going through whatever, but there's no excuse. I should not have done that. I've done that many, many times. And I'll continue to do that. That's who I am. I will own everything I say and do. So you can't use it against me. So I don't mind coming up here and literally showing everything. Like just all the innards. Take it all. But it's difficult to get to that point sometimes because I don't always want to see it. Showing it to you helps me to face it. Because I won't fight for me. But I'd walk through fire for somebody I care about. And if I think it's going to help anybody out there, I will literally rake myself over the coals. But I won't do it for me. I just won't. I wouldn't have done this if it didn't affect somebody else that I cared about. If I didn't see that it was chipping away at somebody else and hurting them, even though they wouldn't admit it. You know, that gave me a bigger kick in the ass than anything else. And I realized my mood and the things that I say and the things that I do and my reactions to things deeply affect other people. So if I didn't want to hurt that person, then I needed to deal with this shit. So here I am, dealing. Lady Awesome said, T3, hit me up on Discord anytime. Sweet. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Mimsy said, oh, Shelly, please know I appreciate you, and I'm always here if you need to talk. Thanks for putting up with it. Oh, I love you, Mims. There's no putting up with you. You stop that talk. You're a wonderful person, Mims. I wish you'd see it as much as I do. Lady Awesome said, I'll talk to you over Discord phone anytime. So, you're very sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Jacob Pete's getting on the road. Be listening for a bit though, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. How you doing, Pete? What's up? Elizabeth 3G. Oh, haven't seen you in a while. How you doing? She said love is for saps. Yeah, I'm a sap. I'm a giant mush. Giant mush. I play tough. That's it. Don't get me wrong. Face to face, you piss me off, I will punch you in your face. I got no. I mean, sometimes they say violence is never the answer, but it is. Like it can be. If I love you, I'm not going to punch you in the face. But I mean, if like somebody like Miguel, who's just out in this world to irritate the fuck out of me, I'll be nice to you on the phone. I'll tell you off or whatever a little bit, but face to face, my first instinct is I'm gonna punch you in your face. The first time I watched Leverage with Timothy Hutton, he was having a conversation. The guy said something to irritate him, and he goes, "You know that point of the conversation where I punch you in the neck 9 to 10 times? We're coming up on that part real quick." And I've used that line because I know that feeling. Because you look at somebody and you're like, "Do you have any idea how close you are to me punching you in the face?" Because you just one sentence away. Like I'm smiling, but I'm gonna still be smiling when I keep pummeling you. Like that's just who I am. And you work out. Hearing you work out your trauma helps me deal with mine in a more healthy way. I don't take it as an attention grab at all. I love you, and I always learn from you. Oh, honey, you're so sweet. You really are. You're so sweet. Thank you for that. Elizabeth, sorry, I'm in the romantic no zone. Girl, I lived there for 20 years. Like and I needed those 20 years. I needed that. I needed to just be like, no, 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 no. Concentrate on all this other stuff. Because once I jump in with both feet. Like there's no going back for me. Lady, I got a call from a friend yesterday. Haven't heard from in over 10 years, and we spoke for like 15 minutes, like no time had passed. Yeah, and then off she went. All that to say, I'm always here for you. Oh, honey. No, I get that. I mean, I have a lot of friendships like that where they've been out of my life for, 5, 6, 10, 15 years. And I never changed my phone number. My phone number has been the same since the day I moved back to Hoboken. Before that, it was the same till I moved out of Hoboken from like birth. And it's very easy to get in contact with me. I rarely block people. I mean, I have a huge block list, don't get me wrong, because the older I get, the less bullshit I'm willing to deal with. But like if you haven't done anything like ridiculous to me, you're not going to get blocked. Even like Rachel, shithead that she is, she's not blocked. None of them are blocked. Tommy is blocked because I mean, the obsession is real. Because he still calls, and it's on my block list that he calls and leaves a voicemail every fucking day, sometimes 2, 3, 4 times a day. And it's just like, dear God, leave me alone. On that note, I did get a message on Monday that he was transferred back to prison. He went back to jail. So he went back to like the big boy prison. So I'm guessing that his 3850 got denied. Yay! I hope so. Because that day that I got the text that they were releasing him or what, I was like, like I really thought my life was over. I was just like, he's gonna come here and kill me. Like this is gonna be it. Because I'm not gonna do anything that he wants me to do. So he's gonna wind up going right back to jail because of me. But I'll be dead, so that won't be good. So it's like, So that was a worry. It was on my mind literally 24/7 until I got that text. And it was just like, oh, thank God they sent him back to jail. And I feel bad. I do. But, I don't feel that bad because he did kill a girl and throw her in a river. So the guilt is kind of like, oh, my friend. But it was like, oh, well, you shouldn't have fucked up so bad. Because I do believe everybody should pay for their crimes. I do. If I was to do something heinous, I would expect to have to do the time. That's just how it is. I've been there. I've done bad things and had to pay for them. I didn't go to jail, but I mean, there were always, there was always recompense to be made. Yeah, and I do. I believe in making amends for the wrongs that you've done. I don't believe in holding grudges against most people. I mean, if you're not remorseful at all and you're still a worthless piece of shit, then I'm going to hold a grudge. I haven't met a lot of people like that in my life. There's been a couple, but not a lot. Most people, they're just human. And I do forgive them for the shit that they do. I don't want to be like super close with them because the trust is gone, but I still care about them. I mean, if they needed to talk to me, like I would talk to them. If they came by and said hi, I'd be happy to see them. I just don't want to bond with them again. But I'm not holding a grudge. It's just like we've had our time together. We had our fun. Let's just look back and laugh and that's it. Move on. But grudges, nah, grudges, that's my family's thing. That's I've seen what that does and I can't. Rabbit, stop to give a like, head into appointment. Good luck, honey. Let us know how it goes. Love you. Please take care of yourself. Hope your hands are feeling better. And yeah, I used to stay way more isolated. I'm still pretty close knit. Have a small family and one in real life friend, but I try not to just stay in my head alone. I bring you fuckers with me. Well, I'm always happy to be there in your head. It's fine. You just don't want to be in mine. It's God, what a shit show. Think Minnesota meets Chicago highways. That's my brain. All the way the wrong positioning of the on and off ramps, perfect for collisions, circles, and like all these weird fucking like tiers, and it's just a fucking mess. But I do try. I usually say like my thoughts look more like ramen noodles before you cook them. Like they're all packed together and just like they're so rigid and they're just shoved in there and they're just interwoven and it's so hard to see what's going on. But inside, like there's so much more going on than what you see. And you said, "Hey, rabbit, be safe and hope everything's okay." Lady said, "Hell yeah, that's the only trips I'm taking nowadays." And even for bringing us along. There you go. Thanks for bringing us on your head trips. We love it. Elizabeth said, and then you live them whilst you find out while they're dating a Philippine woman, half or more. Oh. Then you love them while you find out they're dating. Oh. Yeah, no, that's never a good thing. I mean, to find out somebody's dating somebody who's like, well, dating anybody, but let alone another woman who's half your age or half their age. That's always a kick in the teeth. God. I used to laugh when my ex-husband was like, "Oh, I have a new whatever," and I'd be like, "That's nice." I'd be like, "She's 19." She's 19? Really? And you're what? You're 35 now? It's good. That's good. The last time he told me he had an interest in somebody, we were long divorced. And I think he was pushing 40, maybe 45. More like 45. And he was like, "Oh yeah, she's got a lot of interest in me." I was like, "This is an online thing?" He was like, "Yes." All right, go ahead. He was like, "She's 20." I said, You got a 20-year-old?" I was like, "What does she look like?" So he was like, "Oh, she's this, she's that, that, that." I was like, "Yeah, uh-huh." I was like, "So she thinks you're like amazing?" He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh." And she's super hot. He was like, "Super hot." Does she know you have no money? Well, she knows I own a house and I have some car. And I'm like, I was like, "You know what? You go for that." I was like, "You go ahead. You go after that 20-year-old, you old fuck." And all I could think was, one, you can't keep up with her. Two, you don't even know most of the references she's going to make. 3, all your references to all the shit from our generation are gonna go right over her head. And 4, she's gonna take you for every penny you got. Have fucking fun. Go for it. Cause I know what you're getting. And I know why it's there. But go ahead. And sure enough, and he was like, why didn't you tell me? Fuck you. You're grown. Make your own goddamn decisions. Like, what the hell? If you're a 5 and suddenly you attract the attention of a 9 or a 10, something is afoot. Okay? I'm just saying. Something is not right. He was so bitter at me, but whatever. And you said I'm guilty of that, but get too close and I freak out and get scared you're playing me for a fool or out to hurt me. Yeah, you're a cat. Same as me. All cats, they all want to be loved, but then they're like, what are you doing? Like, they could know you for 20 years. You reach out to pet their head the same way you've done every fucking day for 20 years. They'll still flinch every time. They're like, oh, no. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm suspicious. Like, and they're not, it's instinctual for them because that's how they survived. And it's the same for us. We want to be loved, but there's that instinctual flinch. Like, what are you doing? Because you have to assess. And then that person has to reassure you, I'm not going to hurt you. It's okay. Like, if people talk to me the way they talk to cats, they'd get so much further. Like, it's just, I need that coaxing once in a while. For the most part, like, when I'm in a good mood, I'm all puppy. I'm all like, I'm just so happy to fucking see you, and my tail is wagging, and I'm willing to do anything to make you happy. You want to play? Let's play. You want to run here? Let's run here. You know, you want to just sit here and just watch TV? Let's do that. Anything you want, anything you want. But when I'm feeling like at all vulnerable, instant cat. So I have that duality. I know I have that duality. But that cat, she's a bitch. Like, I will claw your eyes out if I feel threatened. I go for the smack right away. And it's funny because we should be better than the animals, but we're really not. So much of what we do, our behaviors can be attributed to the animalistic, backstories of our lives. Like where we came from, how we evolved. And a lot of it is very primal. Uh, Also, you find out you're actually supporting her and her family financially. Oh, that's a bitch. I am so sorry. Oh, see that person would have got hit by my car. I'm just saying. Allegedly, I would have hit them with my car. But I'm just saying in some type of scenario like that is not advice. I'm just saying what I might have done in an alternate universe, I probably would have hit them with my car. But yeah, no, that I am so sorry, Elizabeth. God damn it. See, I'm mad for you. I really am. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. And he tried to tell me she was his counselor. Oh, lovely. Lovely. See, that's when you put, like, colt's foot or something in their food to make them, like, really, really sick. I saw that in a movie once. I never did that per se. Ever. Nope. Never. It doesn't destroy your liver at all. No. So don't do that. That's not advice that I'm giving. Just to let you know. And you said last time I tried to quit, it lasted 5 days. Girl, I didn't last 5 minutes. I literally said I'm going to stop smoking while I was ordering cigarettes from 7-Eleven to be delivered. Okay? Like, literally in the same breath. I was like, I got to give these $100. Whoop. Like, I was like, oh, shit. So, yeah, I quit when I want to quit. Like, when I go in the hospital, I don't even look for one. I don't fiend for it, nothing. I don't know what it is magical about the hospital, but the minute they tell me that I can leave, all I want is a cigarette. I'm like, that's all I just want my cigarettes. Make sure I have cigarettes in the house, Mom. She's like, yeah, I got you. And she's not good at me quitting either. Every time I quit, this bitch drops by with like a carton of cigarettes. She's like, "Oh, here, I was thinking about you and I bought these for you." I'm like, "You know that I quit." She's like, "Well, I don't smoke these, so what am I supposed to do with them? Just keep them just in case for when you go, for when you go back." Because in her mind, there's no way I'm quitting. Because if I quit, it proves that you can quit after like decades of smoking, which tells her she could quit and she's not doing that. And she's not going to feel bad that she's still smoking. So it's like, in order for her to feel good about it, I have to smoke too. Thanks, Ma. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I know it sounds like I'm smoking a lot. I'm really not. This is literally my second cigarette. It's just they keep going out because I talk a lot. My hand feels better with it in my hand. So, and you said, "Oh my God, Elizabeth, I'm so sorry. Did this just happen?" Girl, this is life. Oh my God, today, in fact, I am so raw. Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. Oh, that is fresh. God damn. Rabbit said you are never boring. Thank you, Rabbit. I don't know if that's good or bad that I'm never boring, but that's always been being boring is actually one of my biggest fears. It is because in my house, that was the kiss of death, in my family. If you were boring, you were absolutely useless. I had to always be pleasing, always be on, and you grow up performing. Wolfkinder, hi Wolfie, how you doing? What's up? I don't know if you're still here. I'm way behind in chat. I know I'm a half an hour behind in chat. You know how I get. It'll be all right. And oh shit. If you're married, get an attorney and don't let him sway you not to. Yeah, no, take him for everything. De facto, but still going to seek legal. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If he was financially fleecing you out of money for somebody else's benefit. Oh fuck no. You go after that sumbitch with everything you got. Get mad. Don't be upset. Don't be sad. That'll come later. Be mad and fight for you because fuck him. Ugh. Or her. I don't want to like pigeonhole you. In your MERS, I know you're hurting, but protect yourself. Secure your bank cards. Absolutely. The minute you split with somebody, if you have a joint account, you shut down that account and take your shit out. Do it because they will absolutely drain that account in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Make sure they don't have gas cards in your name. Make sure they don't have anything that ties to you because they will bankrupt you. My ex-husband put me in such debt. I should have been set for years to just live lovely, just have a job and always have a nice big nest egg, to fall back on. And he not only drained the nest egg, he completely squashed it and then dug a hole that it took me about 15 years to get out of. I mean, he killed me financially. And I had to come back and like literally dig myself out, raise 2 kids, have a job, take care of all that and get my credit back and pay off everything. Fight this, fight that. That's not my signature. I didn't apply for that. He fucked me over. And so it's like if I wind up with someone in a relationship where the finances, have to be combined, that's fine. But I would feel more comfortable paying the bills and doing everything. Like, because I'm not going to take off with your money. That's not who I am. But it's been done to me and I don't like it. We see, where's the money, Gary? Like, I'm very good at helping others, but getting it back I'm used to getting screwed over. So yeah, no, I totally feel you. You absolutely protect yourself financially. Emotionally, you'll bounce back. Financially, that's a lot more work. And that's not always in your control. Sometimes it's luck. Sometimes, it's the state of the economy. Protect yourself financially. That's my advice to you. I don't give professional advice. I give personal advice on a friend-to-friend basis. Wolfkinder, FYI, for anyone who has struggled to quit smoking, look for Alan Carr's Quit and Smoking book. I've known a couple people that had success reading that book. I'd feel successful if I read the book, Wolfie, not to lie. Like, the only book that I have read lately is the one that Winning is doing in Unrig the Game, which he usually does Monday nights at 8. We're doing Control Oligarchs. I say we, but I'm just in chat. He's doing Control Oligarchs. We just did the Follow the Money chapter. I believe it was I want to say it was chapter 7 or chapter 6. Might have been chapter 6. No, chapter 7. And I don't remember what we have coming up, what he has coming up for it. But it's an amazing book. I love it. Come by, check it out on Rumble. And you can see all the chapters we do. He does a chapter a week. I gotta stop saying week. So yeah, I would love to read the book, but I just know I won't. I know I won't. Elizabeth said the threats have started. People just break your heart. They do. I mean, everybody's going to break your heart at some point. It's just, does it stay broken or do you put it back together? Do you put it back together alone or do you put it back together? Like, it depends. Not every heartbreak is the end of a relationship. Yours definitely is. I don't see a way of going back from that. Like, there's no way. So he broke your heart, and yeah, you got to be around people who are going to help you heal that. It's not going to come easy and it's not going to come soon. But just, let your anger boost you up a little bit. If you feel yourself sinking into depression or anything like that, reach out to one of us. Talk to us. You know where I'm at. We're always happy to help and to be encouraging and supportive, to listen. I have no solutions, but I can listen. And you don't cut off his balls. I almost told you to cut off his balls, but don't go to prison for this jerk. You're too fucking funny. Yeah, no, don't cut off his balls. First of all, who's going to clean up the mess? You're going to wind up cleaning up the mess. You don't need that. Then you explain to the police, and then people look at you weird, and you might go to jail, and it's just not worth it. Besides, anybody who's going to live that kind of life and do that to you, they don't really have balls to begin with. That's not a real man. A real man holds himself accountable. He's not going to be duplicitous like that. He's not going to play you like that. Lady Awesome said, Elizabeth, the situation you're in is difficult. However, I know they've messed with the wrong one. Yep. Fuck around and find out. Protect yourself and cut them out of your life, sending you positive healing energy. Oh, I just love this lady. She's so awesome. Sorry, I need sleep. Been a very, very, very bad day. Stay safe out there, everyone. Elizabeth G, I know that you're probably sleeping and maybe you'll hear this later, but reach out to one of us, me, anybody, if you need anything. Like, if you need to talk, we're here. Lady Awesome said, Wolfkind, great minds think alike. I was going to recommend the same book. Says the lady who keeps her people repellent. It didn't work for you. It didn't work for you. Yeah, get some sleep, Elizabeth. And Mimsy said, I'll take care of yourself, Elizabeth. Absolutely. And just know that we're all sending you, positive healing energy. I know I am. My heart goes out to you. I've been where you're at. Not the exact, thing, but enough. So yeah, no, I feel for you. And that anybody who does that to you, they're not worth your heartbreak. They really aren't. Sometimes you just got to close the door and be like, well, that happened. And don't blame yourself. No matter what, don't blame yourself. I hope you come back and listen to this stream because it's going to explain to you a lot of the things, why these things happen. Wolfkinder, we often share similar info. You two do kind of run in the same lane. It's funny. Rabbit at Shelly, please reach out to me when you get no hard plates. It's hard to type and drive. Thank you, Rabbit. I will. I try to I try to take care of myself. I don't want to bother anybody. I really don't. I don't want to be a burden to anybody. Cat Ninja. Hi, Shelly. Hi, Cat Ninja. How you doing? Happy hump day. Wolfkinder is my soul sister. Aw, y'all are cute. Y'all are cute. Become a T3 Mouthy Mama member. Oh, you're so cute. Thank you, Mimsy. Cool Gamer. Sorry, I'm back. Sorry, comma, I'm back. Punctuation matters. She's like, sorry, I'm back. God damn it. Welcome back. Good M. Oh my goodness. See, I didn't know. Okay, so wait. Gotta find it. So flashback to last week. Because I think T-Rex looks really good as an angel, as Cupid. So here you go. All righty. So thank you to Wolfram for the 5 gifted memberships. Those went to Lady Awesome, Catnip. No, not Catnip. It went to Lady Awesome, Wolfkinder, Gutters Pub, Daisy Girl, and Flat Chested. Very nice. Thank you. It threw me off because it threw Cat's thing in between. For once, I actually have like the YouTube live running in the background for once so I can see it. Thank you so much, though, Wolfkinder. That Wolfram. That was very sweet of you. Thank you very much. And welcome to all our new members. You're wonderful. You really are. I'm very appreciative of everything you guys do. Just the fact that you show up makes me so happy. And you said last, I think you recommended it to me. I Googled it and have it in the history. Nice. I love that you guys just help each other. It's so cute. You make me happy. You do. Mimsy, thanks so much for your support. Yes, thank you so much for your support, Wolfram. I do appreciate it very much. Cat Ninja showing Rumble Ghetto love. The Rumble Ghetto. Thank you for being over there. I haven't seen Daisy. I don't know where she's at. In your MERS, if you're still here, Elizabeth, if you see this, I don't know if you're on Discord, but if you are on Shelly's and see me and need somebody to vent to, don't hesitate. I hope you get through this. If anybody has my Discord link, you could throw it up in the chat. I'd appreciate that so that if they want to come by and they need to talk, they have a place to go. Deb Hef, hey, what's up? Good M, Shelly. Good M to you too. Oh, look at who it is. Look at who's here. Hey, Shelshi. Shelshi, that's my new name? I don't think so. Hello, expert. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Still here listening, Wolfkinder. All righty. Nice. Everybody's saying good morning. It's potty time around here. Be right back, Lady Awesome. Don't say that because then you make me feel like I got to go. And I purposely put that out of my mind until my stream is done. Expert, do not get a joint account. Yes. See, do not get it. Very sage words. Trust me. It's not the way to go. You could have a joint account for like the bills or anything if you want, but as like always have money of your own and always make sure they have money of their own. If that's how you decide to go about it, because it's just so much cleaner that way. And it also, it helps. They need to have their own money. You need to have your own money. What if you want to surprise them with something? Do you want them seeing it on the joint account? Like if you plan a birthday trip and you're paying for it, they're going to be like, oh, what's this thing for Party City? What's this thing for this cruise? What's this thing for that? And then the fucking surprise is gone. And you're like, well, it was for you, you jackass. But, you had to go be nosy and look at the statement. Sorry, I got a little, worked up. Look, it's Castro. How you doing, Castro? What's up? He's over on the Rumbly Tumbly. Lady Awesome said, "Oh, silly, I didn't read it myself. You know, I have my smoking people repellent or they get too close." She said, "Silly, I didn't read it myself." Here, go read this. I heard it's really good. I'm not going to read it because it might work. And I don't want that. See, that's my mindset. It's not that I don't have time. It's that if I really wanted to quit smoking, I would have. I've never failed at something I wanted to do. Like, I wanted to cut back on the weight. All right. I didn't even think about it. Just, all right. I just stopped smoking the weed. How did I stop smoking? I stopped buying it. Once it didn't have it, it was like, oh, that's fine. And I didn't miss it. I have the vape at night. That's it. And I like that I don't smoke all day long because then 3 hits on that vape and I'm knocked the fuck out. So it's just like, I'm good. But yeah, no, if I wanted to quit smoking, I would have. If I want out of a relationship, I'm gone. If I want something, to put effort into something, I do. I don't want to quit smoking, so I won't, which means I'm not going to read a book that's going to make me feel bad about not quitting smoking because here it just told me how to do it and I know it'll probably work. And I'm like, no. So, but that's how my mind works. Round and round and round the weasel goes. Goddess Pub. Good M, gorgeous lady and gorgeous chat. Hi, Gutter. What's up? Your stream was funny last night. That was funny. Watching Cowboy like try to get his sentence out, and then you were like, you give him a little shit about it. And he couldn't, articulate because he has, in case you don't know, Cowboy has a couple physical impediments that make it hard for him to speak fluently. And so he stutters and he tries to get the words out. And he's very, very sweet. And I think he's amazing. But you're sitting there waiting for him to say it. And sometimes you don't understand what he said. And Cutter said something to him about it. And he said, "Fuck you." And that came out clear as crystal. It came out, boom, effortless. I was like, well, he didn't fuck that one up. I was like, that came out like, fucking butter on a hot knife, just smooth. I was dying. Lady Autumn. Autumn Scott, I love you, Shelly. You know me. You understand. I do. I get it. I totally get it. Goddess Pope, I love me some Cowboy. He is hilarious. Goddess Pope, I wish he could talk more clearly because he was one funny dude. I really do think he needs a focal point. I do, because he gets this is what I do for a living. I observe and then I find the problem and I try to come up with solutions. And watching him the night that I was on your panel, I noticed that he'll stutter at first, or he'll have a hard time getting the words out or getting the vocalization to work for him the way he wants to. And his automatic frustration turns quickly into like an embarrassment. And he starts to go in all different directions. Like he gets very frenetic. And you could see like the fidgeting starting in and whatever. And then I watch his eyes and his eyes are going back and forth. And he gets lost in this chaos that he's creating in his mind. And he's looking for anything, like he's looking for a thread to hold on to that'll pull him to that place where he wants to go. And I think if he had a focal tool, something that he could look at, possibly sensory, so maybe like a plushie or like something with like bristles on it that he could run his fingers over or whatever, something he could touch that would anchor him to that moment, to what he's doing, that would engage a different part of his brain while he's trying to articulate. I think that would help him a lot. That's always something that I used to always bring, a textured tool with all my nonverbal kids who would try to talk, but they would get so embarrassed that they couldn't, that would take over and it would completely shut them down. And it would just become harder and harder and harder for them. So if I gave them like one kid I had like this it was a piece of a feather boa that we had in like the costume thing that it had seen better days. Part of it was like bare. So I cut the boa up and I would give the string of feathers to the kid and he would just sit there and he would look at it and stroke it and the words would just come out because he wasn't hyper focused on what he was saying. He was engaged in something else and it actually made his mind switch over to what he was doing with his hands and the words were able to just flow out a lot more freely than if he was sitting obsessing about them. So you might want to like suggest that to him privately or whatever. But I think that would really help him. It helped a lot of my kids that had a hard time talking, because it's a lot of pressure when he said, hey, everybody on Rumble. But it's a lot of pressure to talk when it's not your strong point, and you can fuck yourself up a lot. So, try it. Maybe just bring it up to him. ZD said, morning, all you beautiful people. Goddess Pup, sorry, I've been missing you all. I've been missing you all. I have jury duty for the next 18 weeks. She said, you read that right? It's not a typo. 18 weeks. Girl, you got on a murder trial? They tried to do that shit to me. And I hate to tell you what I told the judge, but I got dismissed from the jury right away. He was like, you can go. Let me just put it to you this way. The dude next to me, this really old, like almost like he had to be like 85 or something. This old black dude next to me was like, honey, are you okay? I was like, did they just say that we're going to be here a minimum of 3 months? I was like, they pay me $5 a day to be here and my job won't pay me. How am I supposed to live? He was like, you're by yourself. I was like, yeah, I have a boyfriend, but that was it. I was like, he don't support me. I support myself. I have a kid. I was like, my daughter's like handicapped. And I'm telling him like all this shit. He was like, all right, I'm going to tell you what you're going to say. He was like, and you're not going to want to say it, but you gotta. And I mean, all these people in the jury were like, they're listening because they're interviewing all of us to ask us questions. And they got to the point where they said, do any of you think you're going to have a bias? Like, do you think that you could be fair about this or do you think you're going to be unfair? And I did what he told me and I raised my hand and the lawyer, sweet young thing, came over. She was like, hi. She was like, do you think you're going to be able to do this? And I was like, I really don't. And she was like, well, why? I was like, well, and I gave like 1 or 2 reasons why I thought, I might be biased. She was like, we can get beyond that. We're going to show you evidence and stuff. And I was just like, well, I said, it all comes down to like one thing. And she was like, what? I said, that end looks guilty to me. And dead silence. The jury, like everybody in the jury was like, yes. And I was so uncomfortable. And the dude next to me, the old black dude next to me is chuckling because he's the one who told me to say it. And I was like, nobody was breathing. And the judge just like looked at me, blinked, and said, you can go. And I was like, thank you. And I hugged the dude next to me, which was like, I said the one thing, but here I am hugging this black dude. And he was like, he goes, you go, girl. He goes, enjoy your life. He was like, you have a good one. But oh my God, I can't believe I said that in front of all these people. Somebody's going to kill me. But the lawyer looked at me like, oh no, she didn't. I was like, yep, sure did. Because I ain't staying here for 3+ months. It's just not going to happen. Like, nope. But I got out of that jury duty. After that, I only had to do like one traffic thing. That was like, it was over in a day and I fell asleep in the chair and fell off the jury dais. I literally, the whole chair like went back. I went right off the edge of the dais because there was no like, it was this 2-tier stand where they put the jury. And the chairs were not bolted down and they were not connected. They were just regular wooden chairs. And I fell asleep because it was hot in there. And I fell backward and fell like 4 feet. But yeah, the judge was not amused. He was not amused. Got his pop. That sucks, ZD. If you try to stream it, I bet they let you off. That would be a good one. Mimsy, wow, at ZD. I served on a federal jury duty, and it was long, but not 18 weeks. 18 weeks is that's like your whole first trimester and then some. Jesus, you could grow a baby and get out of morning sickness in that amount of time. No, we have to make decisions on indictments, and if they go further into trial, they were letting people off for financial hardship. I'm actually interested in seeing the process. So you want to take part in it, girl. And in the Atlantic City area, as you said, that should be interesting. I hope that you don't, find a dead fish in your mailbox, because we know what kind of things go on down in South Jersey. Same to go out in North Jersey. Wolfkinder, my dad tried to fight a parking ticket. He yelled at the district judge. I watched Judge Judy. I know how this works. Zadie said, I'm sure I'll be over it by week 2. Oh, you'll be over it. It just won't be over you. That's the relationship you don't want. Zadie said, I know nothing. I know nothing too. Tons and tons of nothing. And fuck you for even thinking I know something. I will play stupid the rest of my life. Like, nope. When you grow up with every time the friggin' topic comes up and all you hear is bust, stop. Yeah, like when they yell at you, just, like, statajit, which means shut your mouth. Like, basically just shut up. Statajit, stop talking. Then you learn you just don't talk. Nope. What do you know about this? I know not a fucking thing. Anyway, well, I wish you luck. I do. Lady Awesome said my husband was on call for jury duty for 6 months because we have a small county when it comes to voting people. We have a big Amish community and they don't vote. Yeah. And the thing is, did you know that they re-enter your name for any change to your name or address that goes on, like on the governmental level? So if they misspell your name somewhere, you get another jury summons. You have to call them up and be like, I already served in the last 3 years. No, you didn't. That was Michelle with 1 L. This is Michelle with 2 L's. Or this is, like Peterson with an E instead of with an O. I mean, y'all know my fucking name. I don't give a fuck. But it's, it's the whole thing. And they do that. And I got that I got like 4 of them in like 2 years. And I was like, what is wrong with you people? Like, can you not keep your record straight? The lady was like, I know it's a sin. She's like, people in a rush, they have typos. I'm like, this is just unprofessional. And it really is. It really is unprofessional. All righty. Oh, Elephant, you're here just in time. Happy day. So, all right. So, once I start talking, I look at chat, but I'm not going to address everything in chat every time. So we'll do it in bursts. So what I wanted to talk about was identifying and understanding C-PTSD behaviors in relationships, in regards to relationships. And these are typically odd behaviors of survivors of childhood and narcissistic, especially narcissistic parent abuse. And there are more narcissistic parents out there than we care to think about. So some of the things that I wanted to touch on. Some of the things I want to touch on is these types of people, they almost never fit in as adults. They can't relate to people for themselves, but they can empathize or even over empathize with other people who experience, things like trauma, depression, abuse, and just pain in general. Somebody who has C-PTSD either from childhood abuse or narcissistic partnerships, narcissistic abuse from partners, they have a very, very high threshold for pain. So they also have a very high understanding for pain in others. And we tend to recognize pain at the slightest, change in behavior because we're so hyper vigilant about the people around us. You notice everything, sounds in the background. You notice, what they're doing without even seeing them. You understand that, the different changes in tone. You don't always know what the cause is. You usually blame yourself, but that's the first thing. But it's always on your periphery. You're always aware of other people, of their changes. So if they deviate from their normal selves, from their baseline as you've set it for them, because you've observed them and set a baseline for everybody that you've ever met, you tend to pick up on when they're in pain. Emotional, psychological, physical, doesn't matter. You might not always address it, but you're aware of it and you adapt. You try to be a little peppier, or you try to be a little, more attentive, or you try to, make them laugh. Anything to move them further away from focusing on that pain, because you want to alleviate some of it. The thing is, you don't do that for yourself. You wallow in your pain. When you're the one, you don't want to bother anybody else with it because it's your problem. You don't think that somebody else is going to want to care for you. You don't think you're worthy of it, because time has taught you that. Experience has taught you you're on your own. One of the main components that I guess is involved with all this, that stems from like this I mean, how do I want to say this? One of the behavior causes, I should say, is this unshakable, constant feeling of shame. This is just one. This is the main thing, but there's shame, and then there's a lot of neglect and doubt, I guess you would say, or mistrust. But when it comes to shame, like, shame begins in your childhood. You tend to get blamed for everything that happens. I mean, I'm just going to give some examples. Like, you get blamed for your parents' jobs or their finances. You hear things like, if I didn't have you, I'd have all the money in the world. If I didn't have you, I wouldn't be stuck in this dead end job. If I didn't have you to take care of, I could go off and do whatever. I'd have snagged a better partner. I'd have snagged a better person. I'd be living the rich life. Like, they act like their failings are because of you. You get the blame for that. Whether it's financially, their relationships. Oh, I would never have gone for your father or your mother if it wasn't for you. Like, I got sucked into this relationship because of you. I heard that my whole life growing up. Oh, I was leaving your father, and then I found out I was pregnant with you, and your grandmother wouldn't let me have an abortion. Thanks, Ma. Thanks. So I knew I was unwanted right out the gate. And she never backed down from that stance, ever. So you're used to getting that type of really negative, it's not even feedback, just negative commentary. All these negative things thrown at you that they hurt and they cut. And it's just, and those wounds don't heal. Especially if they're not sorry, they're not taking it back. They're going to double down sometimes. ZD's in lurk mode. Got to get shit done. Man, what a subject right up my alley. Oh, don't worry. This is mostly going to be one of me talking, and then they'll put whatever they want. And they know I'll go back. So if you have something to say, throw it up there, but don't expect me to get to it for like a half an hour. I'm not being shitty. I'm just setting realistic expectations, because once I get rolling, I'm rolling. You're to blame for your parents' mood. Oh, I'd be so happy if it wasn't for you. Oh, you aggravate me so much. Why don't you listen? Why don't you do things right the first time? Why didn't you do it the way I told you to do it? Oh God, God, you're so frustrating. I'm in such a bad mood because of you. Or, oh, I'm so depressed because I'm stuck here in this house with you. And da 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 da. Like, why couldn't I have had this person's kid? That kid, does da 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 da. But no, I have you. You're disrespectful. You're this, you're that. You get blamed for every mood they have. Never when they're happy. They're happy in spite of you. Like, oh, I'm so happy. I'm in such a good place. It's amazing because you would think with you in my life, I'd be miserable, but oh, somehow I'm happy. I'm so thrilled about that. Like my mother's actually said shit like that to me. Um, you get blamed for not meeting ridiculously high expectations, be them physical, academic, spiritual, behavioral, and you're mocked for never being good enough. That was a big one in my house. Like it was a big joke. You get all A's or I'll lock you in the basement. I told my teacher that. She was very upset. My grandma's like, it's a joke. I was like, no, it's not. Like you tell me all the time that if I don't get straight A pluses, not even just A's, A pluses, I had to get A pluses. Y'all were going to lock me in the basement. The basement was a crawl space that had mice. Like I didn't want to go down there. It was just cobblestone. It was put together with cobblestones and cinder blocks and covered in cement. And it was just this cold, dark thing where we stored, like the tomato cans and stuff like that. Like, I didn't want to go down there. I did not want to go down there. And I was convinced that they were going to put me down there if I got bad grades because that's what they told me. From kindergarten through like 7th grade, when I finally said, please don't give me a B because my grandmother will lock me in the basement. And she was like, what? I was like, that's what she's always told me. And I just said it. I wasn't thinking anything. And oh God, the shitstorm from that. And of course I got the blame for that. Not the fact that they were telling me that for a fucking decade, but the fact that I let it slip and how dare you bring this down on our heads and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I've never been able to meet their standards. And if I did, they really quickly ratcheted those standards up like 10 more points. Like it was always an unattainable goal. Always moving the goalpost on me. So I could never win. Never. I was always going to come up short. And they could all turn around and be like, ah, ha, ha, you didn't win this or you didn't do that. Or like, why can't you be like your cousins? Why can't you be? Well, I don't know. Maybe because you don't do for me what their parents do for them. Like they were coddled. They were protected, provided for. They had cushy lives. They were constantly praised. My cousin Dennis could throw a fucking fit and somehow they would turn it around to be like, he's so sensitive. Isn't that wonderful? He's just so in tune with his feelings. But if you yelled at me and embarrassed me in front of everybody and I missed it up, I was weak. Oh, what are you going to do? You going to cry? You cry, baby? I swear that's why I cry so much as an adult because I was never allowed to cry as a kid. When daddy died, I was told I wasn't allowed to cry because I had to be strong for my mother. I was 13 and a girl who was the only person who ever fucking showed that they loved her. So I wasn't allowed to cry. I got yelled at for crying because my father passed away because daddy died. And unexpectedly at that. So it was like, you can't do that to people. There's no way to meet those kind of expectations. You're going to fail and they're going to bring it up. And that's what happens. A lot of the shame comes from that. You get shamed for never being good enough. You're taught that you're never good enough to make people happy, to be worthy of any type of value, to be worthy of affection, effort, trust, respect. Like none of that exists because you're a piece of shit. You're a failure. Everything you touch turns to ash. You know, you're this little kid. I'm talking 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15 years old. Doesn't matter. All those ages. You just fuck everything up. You make everything worse. You're lucky I put up with you. I heard that so much growing up. So much. Listen, you're lucky you're even here. If I could, I'd ship you off to a boarding school. You know how many times my mother said that? Mind you, I didn't live with my mother. She was too busy always getting remarried. But I spent weekends with my mother at daddy's insistence. But I lived with my grandmother. When daddy passed away, I moved back in with my mother because she needed somebody to take care of her. I was 13. I moved in with her to take care of her. That's what they told me. And as soon as she got a boyfriend, she kicked my ass right back out. So it's like, I was 16 when she kicked me out. Came home, she had given away my cats, which I still can fucking ever forgive her for. You want to talk about a grudge? That's a fucking grudge. Found all my stuff in black garbage bags. And her telling me that she didn't want me there and I was moving in with my grandmother. Okay. It's like, what do you do with something like that? Like, but that's what it's like. It's you're my kid, but you're easy to toss away. When you grow up and your parents either neglect you or violate you, you grow up knowing that it's because you're garbage. You know, you're not worth being respected. You're not worth being protected. You're not wanted. You're not loved not because they're incapable, but because you're just not worthy of it. It changes who you are. It changes you on a physiological level. They've done studies, they've proved that when you have severe neglect and abuse of any kind as a very young child, we're talking like prior to like, let's say 6 years. I think it's 5 to 7 years, but we'll just go with 6. Like prior to like kindergarten, it actually alters your nervous system and it sets pathways that can't be undone. You have to learn to go around the issues that it creates. It creates physical anxieties, not just mental, but physical anxieties that your body reacts in certain ways. You could have tremors, you could have tics, you could just have just different self-harm things that you don't know are self-harm because your body needs that stimulation of pain to focus or to deal with what's going on. So yeah, it resets your whole being. And it just, as you grow up, nobody addresses it, because they want to sweep it under the rug like it never happened. Like they weren't shitty parents. They didn't fail to protect you. They didn't fail to raise you, and it does. It changes who you are. And it's very, very hard to overcome because it's very, very hard to admit that the people who should love you the most and unconditionally in this world didn't give a shit about you. And you think it's because of you. You're never taught that it's because they're selfish, because they're broken individuals, because they're pieces of shit. You think it's because you're not worth it. Because that's what they tell you. They project it onto you. All their failings get projected onto you. All that abuse keeps going round and round and round and round and round. They don't like themselves, so you're not allowed to like you either. And more than likely, they pick on you because they see things in you that they are not capable of doing. And it's jealousy and it's resentment that pushes them to push you down. These are people who can't ever punch up, they punch down. And then they stomp and they keep you down so they feel superior. That's the only way they can feel more powerful. They need that. And they're not even aware most of the time that they're doing it. Either they're not aware or they just don't care. They're fulfilling their own needs, and that's all that matters to them. They blame you for your choices, for events and consequences in your life, good or bad, doesn't matter. You're always going to be wrong. Your choices will always be stupid. And if you do happen to choose something good or do something good, they will minimize it. Like every win, every achievement is minimized and used to make you feel lower because, well, what do you think? You're like hot shit now? Well, one good thing doesn't outshine all the other fucked up things that you've done. Oh, you had one good day. Yeah. I'm not impressed. Like, if you made better decisions from today on, I might be impressed, but this is a fluke. Like, you're constantly told, yeah, you lucked out. Not that you consciously made a decision or you consciously like went into something and put the effort forth and you used your intellect and your savvy and your experience and your energy to make this thing work. It doesn't matter how much effort you put into something, you lucked out. It's purely the luck of the draw. How many times have you heard even a broken clock is right twice a day? That's that type of thinking. Like, yeah, something good happened to you, but I mean, it wasn't because of you. It's because, the universe owed me one. It's usually about them. They'll take all the credit. You don't get credit for your achievements. So over time, you begin to just give away credit. You actually feel ashamed of yourself when you claim credit for something that you did. I used to say, I'm humble. I'm not so much humble as I am afraid to be good at anything and lay claim to it. Like I don't feel comfortable doing that because the minute I think, "Oh, I did that," I expect somebody to come along and smack me down and go, "That was not you, that was fucking luck." Okay? Like everybody gets lucky once in a while. Don't go thinking that you're some fucking great thing cuz God forbid you rise above where they put you. You're not allowed to be self-assured. You're not allowed to have self-confidence. You have to be quiet and be scared and just shut up and know your place and don't outshine me. I'm very good at disappearing. I'll be right there and you won't know it because I'm just very good at becoming invisible. But I'm also very good at standing out. So I can't just blend in. My whole life, I wanted to be able to just be normal like everybody else, but I never felt that way. I was either a colossal failure and like this horrible person that, like nobody's ever going to want to talk to, or I was like the queen. Like that's just who I was. I never got to just be like everybody else. Like I've always said, like, I don't understand those people who go home from work and they make dinner, they have a nice family dinner, everybody goes, does their thing, they sit on the couch and they just watch TV and they fall asleep in front of the TV, all relaxed, and then they get up and go to work the next day and it starts all over. I've never been able to just sit on the couch and relax and watch a movie. I just can't go mindless. I can't. It doesn't work. I cannot clear my mind. Can I sit and watch movies? Yeah, of course. I'm not like, I don't have attention deficit. I'm not like hyper or whatever. But I can't let my guard down. I can't just like, I've seen relax. My brothers, oh my God, they're the epitome of relaxation. They just slump. And you're just like, damn, like if I tried to move you, you're just dead weight. I've never been like that. Never in my life. Not even as a kid. I always have that alertness. Um, I've fallen asleep, don't get me wrong, but relax, no, I'm always on alert, which is why I only sleep like 3 to 4 hours at a clip if I'm lucky, because something's always my body's always ready to boop, like wake right up. Uh, I'm just trying to find my place. Oh, and the last one on that list for me is the past is never dead. One thing about childhood abuse, if those people are in your life, they are plungers. They are constantly going to bring shit back up. It doesn't matter. The past is never, ever dead. It's always in the present and in the future, and they make sure it's right in your face. So every single bad thing you've ever done, you can't forget it. If you start to heal, when I started going to therapy and I started talking to you guys and I started feeling better and stronger, there were a lot of people who were not happy with that. They were not happy when they called me and said, "Hey, I need a favor." I go, "Yeah, no, I can't." "Why not?" "'Cause I don't want to." "What do you mean you don't want to?" "I don't want to. I don't wanna do that." "But I need you to do that." "That's a you problem, not a me problem. Like, I've done all this stuff. Like, I'm tired. I'm in pain. I have to take care of me." "Oh, you're just being selfish." "Fuck you." You know what? Yep, being selfish. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. You don't call me selfish? Call me selfish. No, I'm not. I know I'm not. Coming here showed me who I was, what I was, talking it out. I was able to block out a lot of the negative commentary. Like when somebody insults me or whatever, and I laugh and I go, all right. And they're like, you got nothing to say? Nope. You're just gonna, and people are like, you're just gonna let them walk all over you? I'm gonna let them say what they want to say. Like, I'm not fighting them. I ain't got that kind of energy. What the fuck for? I'm not gonna feed them. That's what they want. Fuck them. And that's it. I just move on. A lot of people got that side of me once I started healing a lot of the fucking traumas that I went through. And they didn't like it. They still don't like it. Why can't you just go back to being the way you are? You were so happy before. No, I wasn't. You were always so there for everybody. Yeah. Like you didn't have you didn't have expectations basically of anybody reciprocating anything. Like I love when they tell me you're a giver. Yeah, I'm a giver, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to take too. I mean, I'm a giver. You want to give the fuck back? Because otherwise, eventually I'm going to run out and you're assed out because then I'm gone. Like, that's just how it is. Once the tank is empty, I got to disengage and be like, no, we're done in life. And that's it. Because I can't. I legitimately cannot continue that relationship. I got nothing left. And I mean, that's a long road getting there. But they don't like it. They don't like that I never used to do that. They like that I just gave and gave and gave and gave and gave, and they could take advantage and they could get whatever they wanted. And I would bend over backwards and twist myself into knots just to make them, make them happy, to fulfill their needs while neglecting my own. And they neglected mine. So it was like nobody was fulfilling my needs. And it was a lot. So now that I do stop and I go, no, I don't want to talk to you right now. Why? Because you require more energy than I have to give, and I can't handle it. You would leave me in a horrible mental state. Like, no, I can't do it. I can't fuck with you today. I just can't. I say it all the time. I'm like, I can't people today, because that means I got nothing left. I need to decompress. I need to recharge. I can't people today because I'm going to lose my shit. Because the only emotion that I'll have left is that huge well of anger that I have all like locked up and shit. And I don't want to go there. You know, that's like the emergency stash to get me through shit that nothing else is going to get me through. Anger will carry me through. I don't have to be angry, but the anger can fuel me. It can motivate me to stay in the game. I would rather be angry than sad. Because at least when I'm angry, I feel like I'm alive. When I'm sad, I literally feel like my soul has died and gone, and my body just hasn't gotten the message. And I'm more than willing to introduce my body to the message. That's the danger with me. I am very reckless when it comes to my health. I've always been very reckless with my life. Always. From driving fast to dating the absolute most dangerous people to, looking at pills or whatever and going, I wonder what would happen if I took 4. Let's try. Why do you think my son took my Xanax away? Because he's not stupid. He was like, you're taking these way too often, and I read up on them, and they're very addictive, so I want to put them away, so you have to ask for them. And I wasn't worried about being addicted. I was worried that I was looking at all these pills, because I had 60 of them, and I was like, all right, I'm supposed to take 1. Well, I know what 1 does. I wonder what 1.5 will do. I wonder what 2 will do. Let's look up how much is like the standard threshold for overdosing, and I'll just make sure I stay under that. And I was doing that. And I was like, well, what if I mix this one with that one? What'll that do? Will that put me to sleep? Because that's basically like what I was chasing. I was chasing sleep. And I was like, well, if it puts me to sleep permanently, well, at least I know I'll be rested. But that's the kind of thoughts that go through my head. And so sometimes I can't have things like that around me. So like when he took them away, it was like, oh, okay. That was one, that was one stumbling block that I got to avoid. It was good. It was good that he put them away. It was good that I don't know where they are. And I have to ask for them. But it makes me more accountable. It makes me less reckless. It makes me more aware of the things that I do that I shouldn't. And it makes me examine them and think, okay, so, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I should be more careful with myself, because I know I'm not. Anyway, that was a little rant I wasn't expecting. But all right, so the second component is neglect. So when you're a kid and you have no parent around to give you like protection and care and affection, and you have like no support, no encouragement, you often learn very, very early on that you're on your fucking own. You're on your own. You learn very early on that not only must you fend for yourself always, at all times, you can't depend on anybody else. You got to protect yourself from other people, your environment. You understand that you're on your own in the world. You could be 2, 3 when you realize I got nobody. I was 3 the moment I realized, oh my God, nobody's going to protect me. All I had were the dogs, which, as you know, my father very, succinctly removed from my life. But That's who I had that cared about me. Nobody else was going to step up and protect me. You know what it is to be 3 years old and realize you could walk out the front door and nobody's going to care. Cuz I did many times, and I went down the stairs. Like, I'd take change out of the, quote unquote farm fund because I wanted a chocolate bar or whatever. 3 years old, and I just leave the house. Go downstairs to the liquor store. I'd pick out my Charleston chews. I'd go to the counter and he would, I'd give him all the change. He'd take out how much it cost and give me back the change, my little bag. And I'd go back upstairs. Once I locked myself out and I got my ass handed to me by my father because he had to get up and come downstairs and open the door. Not the fact that I left, because he didn't give a shit about that. It was the fact that I woke him up and he had to get his fat ass off the couch and come all the way downstairs and unlock the door. And I remember him telling me, if I'd known it was you, I'd have just ignored it. I'd ignored it. He literally said that to me. He was like, I would have just left you outside. And then when my mother got home, she got it because, I was misbehaving. And obviously she was a horrible mother because I didn't behave properly. And then I had to feel bad that she got hit because of something I did that I didn't know was wrong because I wanted to fucking eat because he hadn't fed me all goddamn day. So, I mean, I remember these things like they were yesterday. So it's rough when you're just like, well, he ain't going to wake up. I guess I got to fend for myself, All right, how am I going to get into the refrigerator? I can't make anything in the refrigerator because I can't use the stove. All right. And then we didn't have microwaves. So I was like, what can I eat? I'll eat a chocolate bar. Oh, I have change. Go downstairs. I used to take the dog with me. I didn't go anywhere without the dogs. They'd follow me wherever the hell I went. But I would go into the liquor store and I would buy Charleston chews and possibly a Yoo-hoo. I've always had an addiction to chocolate. But yeah, 3 years old by myself. And I do it all the time. And nobody told me that I couldn't. Nobody told me that it was dangerous. Nobody told me it was dangerous. Nobody told me, oh, you shouldn't do that. You could get hurt. They didn't care. They didn't give a fuck. Where's the baby? I don't know. You hear that all the time in my house. Where's the baby? I don't know. She's around here somewhere. Don't you know where she is? Nah, she's quiet. Keep her that way. That was my preferred state. Quiet and out of sight. That's what they liked. So I tried to become invisible as much as possible. I'm very, very good at not being heard. It's been brought up many, 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 many times in my adult life. They're like, God, make noise when you walk. My boss used to tell me, I'm going to put a bell on you. I'd be like, why? Because you're always sneaking up on me. I walked across an entire fucking room through the middle of the room, broad daylight. I'm the only one. You did not see me coming. I didn't hear you coming. Okay. But I wasn't hiding. Like, I didn't try to scare the shit out of you. He's like, you just appear. Sorry. Although I am really good at scaring the shit out of people. I used to hide in the closet all the time and scare the crap out of my ex-husband. Only because when he got scared, it was hilarious to me because he had this real high-pitched startle response. And he was such a big dude. Like, he had a big dude with a deep voice. But he'd be walking past the closet and we had the double folding doors, the accordion doors. And I would no, they're called, I think, bifold doors. And I would just go, boom! And he would. I swear to God, it could make me pee laughing because holy crap, that was fucking funny. But yeah, no, I used to do it to him all the time. And he got afraid. He got to the point where he was afraid to open closets. And I did it to him one day in our bedroom. He thought I was in the kitchen, so he felt safe. He opened the closet And I had gone all the way to the back. I mean, when I do all the way. No half-ass in here. And I had made like a little space in the back where I could put my feet, where I could stand, and I could get behind the clothes that were on hangers. And I had a lot of clothes because, I worked back then, and I, had a different outfit for every day. And, I had casual clothes, I had camping clothes, I had all kinds of clothes. And so my closet was packed, and he was looking for something, and I was behind them, and he couldn't see my feet because I'd put stuff in front of where I was standing. So he couldn't see my legs, couldn't see my feet, couldn't see me because I'm short. And so, I mean, you couldn't even see like my hair because that's like I was under the hangers. And then he moved the hanger, and I had my hands ready in front of me to push the hanger, to the right and to the left at the same time. And he just moved it a little bit, and I went whoosh, and I pushed it real hard. I was like, bah! And oh my God, this screaming and scrambling was amazing. It was amazing. I relive that moment sometimes because it's so fucking funny. Because he jumped up and back while screaming, like in his girly way. And his back went and hit the bed, like the footboard of the bed. And it was a pretty high footboard, but it was like waist, like a little bit below waist length for him. And when he hit it, he had jumped up. So of course he landed on it, but he was top heavy because he had the, big shoulders. And he flew over, and he did like ass over tea kettle, as my grandmother would say. He rolled onto the bed, off of the bed, landed on the floor, hit his head on the chair that was by the desk, knocked over the ice tea that was on the desk. And it was just like boom, boom, but it was like dominoes, just watching them fall. I was just like, wow. And it all ended with the dog barking. And I could not stand up. He was screaming at me. And I was in the bottom of the closet, literally having an asthma attack because I was laughing so fucking hard. But that's the shit that I do. So anyway, just thought I'd share that with you. But yeah, no, I am good at scaring people because I'm good at not being seen. Like, you'll never hear the things that I'm doing. Never. And I do that because I don't need anybody, I guess, chronicling me or like monitoring me. I don't like it. But I do it all the time. I literally monitor 24/7 everybody. I know what sounds they make when they're doing certain things, so I know where they are, what they're doing, And it's been brought to my attention that it's a little odd, but it's one of my idiosyncrasies. It's what I do. It's not going to change. It's part of, my whole survival repertoire. It's one of my survival tools, and it served me well. So I'm going to continue that. But that starts when you're little. It starts by, please don't see me. Please don't see me. Please don't hear anything that's going to draw any kind of attention. That's why when people say that I would do stuff for attention, I laugh because I'm like, I spent my entire life avoiding attention because I don't want to be the one that gets hit. I don't want to get mocked. I don't want to get embarrassed. I don't want to get yelled at. Nothing good comes from attention. I used to laugh at all these like little bitches that, especially like the ones that I see on, and that they're like, look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm so pretty. Look at me. Like, you have no fucking substance. What do you want me to look at? I don't want to break you down or anything, but you got nothing to offer. Like, you're a fucking mess and you don't admit it. Like, most of them they're just like, look at me. I'm so pretty. Looks fade, bitch. Wait. I mean, I'm still cute as fuck, but I don't look like I looked when I was 20. I get that I have little itty bitty crow's feet. They drive me crazy sometimes. Other days I'm just like, fuck it. They're laugh lines. I'm happy I got the good skin in my house. Like, if I had my mother's skin, I'd be upset. But I got grandma's skin. I got my great grandmother's skin. So it's nice and, soft. And Rachel used to get really aggravated with me because she used to go to get Botox. And she was like, "You want to get Botox?" The first time she was going, she's like, "I don't want to do it alone. Come with me." I was like, "For what?" "I'm getting Botox." I was like, "Why would I get Botox? Like, why would I put botulism in my face?" And she was like, "Well, because you need it for," and she looked at me and she's like, "I hate you." I was like, "What?" She goes, "You have no lines on your forehead." "What?" She was like, "Lines on your forehead. Everybody has worry lines." I was like, "Okay." She was like, "You don't have any. Even when you like put your eyebrows, you don't have worry lines." I was like, "I'm sorry?" Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, I don't have worry lines, but whatever. Like, there's tons of other things that I can point out as flaws, but yeah, like forehead lines are not one of them. And she's like, "I hate that you don't need Botox." She's like, "God, you don't even need lip filler." I'm like, "I could do with some lip filler, but I'm not doing it." I'm like, "If I want my lips to be poutier, I'll just pinch them and they'll just puff up and then we'll be good." She's like, "The ones on your face." I was like, "Ah, you're so funny." But yeah, no, she was genuinely mad. Every time she went for Botox, she'd be like, "I can't believe I spent all this money." I'm like, "You stop putting that shit in your face and stop always like putting your eyebrows up so that your hairline is down and what the fuck? Like you make the lines in your forehead." And the thing is, like, she doesn't have a very expressive face. She can be extremely stoic looking. She can school her face into a mask and it never cracks. I can't do that. Every single thing I think or feel shows on my face, which is why I'm not on camera. Because I'll tell you, I'm cute. I'm very cute. But no, you would be able to see every bit of pain, and that would be, I think, too much. That would make this too much. This would be too much for anybody to handle. If you could see it, if you could see me go through it. Hearing me is one thing. Seeing me break down, that's another. And I don't think that's fair to do to you guys. I don't think I could do this if I had to share my expressions. Anyway. So yeah, so kids at that age, they get to understand they're on their own. They just don't really know why at first. You don't understand why mommy and daddy aren't, feeding you. Why are mommy and daddy not protecting you from each other or from other people? Why is your father giving you out to people? Why are these things happening? You don't know why, but over time you take the experiences and everything. And over time the neglect and the shame and everything, they pair up and the experiences back them up. They become truth in your head, like they're a forever constant. This is not something you're ever going to change or avoid. This is where you live. And the neglect and the shame, they hook up. And you become indoctrinated into a belief system where all these negative things are always going to be true. So this lady went over this in her own video and she gave 20 things. And I'm going to go over the 20 things, the 20 like beliefs that we have in our belief system. I call it a belief system. Because really, like this type of thinking, it's almost like a religion. It's spiritual. You feel it on a spiritual level. You feel it right down deep into your soul. It's not just your mind telling you these things. You have become this. Whatever they say, whatever they've laid out, whatever they've taught you, you become it. It becomes such an ingrained part of you. You can't shake it no matter what. It's like I always say, once you're a Catholic, you're always a Catholic. It doesn't matter how far from Catholicism you get. Those beliefs and that guilt and all that is always there, ready to take over. It's a constant fight against that whole system of beliefs. I'm not, me and the church are not cool because they fucked me over way too many times. Me and God are cool. Me and Jesus, we're homies. I'm good. I like where I am spiritually. I believe in God. I believe he believes in me. I think he likes to fuck with me, but again, there's a plan. Everything has a purpose. I would not be where I am if it wasn't for the things that I've been through. And there are a lot of people who I've helped who I would not have been able to help if I hadn't been through it. So everything has a purpose. But there's 20 beliefs in my belief system, and that she talks about. Some of them are more true for me than others. And this is for anybody, like I said, with complex post-traumatic stress syndrome, who's been abused or neglected as a child, who has been in narcissistic relationships, has been the victim of a narcissistic person, not like just somebody with narcissistic traits, but somebody with an actual narcissistic disorder, somebody who is completely Machiavellian in what they do. They are only out for themselves. They have no regard, no ability to truly care about another person, because the only person that matters to them is them. That is pathological. That's the type that I'm talking about, not somebody who's just a little bit selfish. It takes a certain type of personality disorder to do the things that they do to a child and to a partner and to whatever. So that's what we're talking about. So part of these belief system, number 1, and the way I wrote it, I kind of rearranged the way she said some of them, because, well, before we get to that, the belief system is, it's all right. So the belief system is a little different than the 20. It's the belief system, and then it's how you act because of it. Things that you guys need to look out for. That's the 20 things. I got ahead of myself. See, sometimes when I number things, I get confused, but whatever. I'm back. I'm good. So the belief system is 1, you aren't good enough. So 2, you have no value. So 3, you don't deserve love and affection, or to be provided for, or to be protected. So 4, you always have to strive to earn love, respect, affection, worth. Because 5, love is conditional. Love of you is conditional. You can love unconditionally, but you are loved conditionally. You're easy to let go of because you have no purposeful value. You're garbage, and you're easily forgotten and easily thrown away. Because 6, you are incapable of being good or making good choices or achieving anything worth mentioning. Because 7, everybody else is better. You're always going to be compared to all these different people, and you're always going to be found wanting. You are never going to be up to snuff. So 8, you are all you have. Everyone will leave you because you aren't worth the trouble or the effort, because you're just too much and nobody should have to deal with you. So that's the mindset. That's the belief system that exists. And she spoke about it. I added some stuff that I know to be true because I wanted to make it more personal. And that's how you grow up. That's how you deal with yourself. That's how you look at everything. You are not ever going to be something that somebody is proud of. You are on your own. You know that you do everything wrong. You know that your decisions are shit. You know that you're a burden. You're a bother. Nobody wants you around. You know this because you've been shown it again and again and again. You are whittled down to nothing. And every time you have even the slightest bit of self-confidence, that will get stomped on and ripped away from you. And fuck, you are not allowed to feel good about yourself. You'll get punished for it. You will pay for every good thing that ever happens. No good deed goes unpunished. No good anything goes unpunished. If it's you. Other people, horrible people, can have wonderful things. But you, doesn't matter how hard you try, doesn't matter how good you want to be, every flaw is huge and insurmountable. You can't get past it because you're crap. No, you were just a mistake. You were a test that God put here to test everybody else's patience and strength and ability to persevere. You are not something to be cherished. You are something to be endured until they could be rid of you. That's the belief system. And is that how I see me? Yep. Always has been. Probably will continue to be. Maybe not all together, but that's my baseline. And I have to apologize for it. Yeah, all the time. I have to say, I'm sorry. I'm so much. I'm sorry I make it so hard. Haha. See, the cigarettes is just a comfort at this point. So that's my belief system. That's my religion of my life. Now, how it manifests, words are hard. How it manifests in adult relationships, especially romantic relationships. Now I have the 20-point list and we'll go through that. 1, these types of people who have been through these types of things, who have my mindset, who've been abused, been neglected, been violated as children or as adults by, a narcissistic partner. People who have grown up with narcissistic parents who can't really say they've been abused, but they haven't been cared for properly either. There's many behaviors they have that are odd to other people. And this is what happens based on how they were raised or not raised. 1, they're usually attracted to unavailable, unattainable, or abusive people. Because when you think you're not worth anything, you don't go for the cream of the crop. You scrape the bottom of the barrel and consider yourself lucky. You do. It doesn't matter if you have moments of confidence. Overall, you're a piece of shit. So you go for relationships with people who are equally as vile as you think you are, or that won't work out. This way, you're just reaffirming your belief that nobody's going to love you because you pick somebody who doesn't love anybody. Yeah, there are attractive things about that person. You love them. You let that love for them, that attraction to them, morph into the reciprocal possibilities. And most of the time, those people are not going to reciprocate. They're not capable of it. Not just with you, but with anybody. And you could even fool yourself. Like if you have a really bad relationship and you have a really bad breakup or whatever, and then they go on and they're happy-go-lucky with somebody else, don't trust your eyes, okay? And don't trust what you hear. More than likely, they're in their love bombing stage, so they're in that honeymoon stage where everything's hunky-dory or whatever. Eventually, the mask slips. You can't sustain that type of behavior. So what they do is they revert back to form. And then that person that they're with is all shocked and shaken, like, oh, I can't believe it. Oh, because you thought it was just me? No, it wasn't about me being a piece of shit, like they said. It's about they're the piece of shit. Just so you know, like, welcome to, reality. No, hold on. Sorry, child interruption. Um, so that's number one. Number two, rushing into relationships, especially sexually, before you know the person, and it's done often in fear of losing them. Um, these are called like attachment wounds from childhood, and they make it so that you're desperate to be with somebody no matter how they treat you, or even if you like know them that well. Hence, I married a man within 6 months of meeting him. Um, and I knew I didn't love him. So, I mean, I went into that with both eyes open, going, yeah, this is not going to work out. I had already expected failure, but I knew that I was going to stay in it regardless because I made a promise. And the only thing that would make me break that promise is if my daughter was in danger, or my children, if we had children, were in danger. I was not going to let that happen. That's the hard line I never cross. I can't read because I'm all misty. You bypass anxiety about being alone forever by latching on to anybody who makes you feel the slightest bit valuable. This is typical, a typical playground for narcissists because they look for these types. They look for these types to love bomb. You get that rush of adoration and praise that, you always wanted growing up and never got. And the narcissists, they know that. They fulfill that need. They can blind you to anything else that's, that they intend to do. You're literally as naive as a child to their intentions and their flaws because you are desperate to be deemed worthy and desperate to be lovable. Desperate to prove them wrong, that my whole childhood was just, it was not my fault. And this person's going to come along and make you believe, no, you are so lovable. I love you. I this, I that. And then once they have you, the cycle starts. Like they kick it into high gear. Narcissistic people prey on these types because they're easy to fool. They're hard to lose. And they're ridiculously easy to please and keep on the hook. So that's number two. When you're that starved for attention and affection and love, and you think that nobody's ever going to love you because you're garbage, when somebody comes along and throws you, like everything you've never had, everything you always wished for, it becomes like this almost euphoric state of being where you don't see anything going on around you. You don't see yourself changing. You don't see your environment changing. They can isolate you from everybody without you ever noticing. They get you to change the way you do your hair, the kind of clothes you wear. They get you to change everything about yourself, not for the better, just for their preference. You change to please them. You don't change for you. You don't change for the better. You change to please them. If that means you have to be meaner, you're meaner. If that means that you have to, like, I don't know, turn yourself inside out trying to like make them succeed, then that's what you're going to do. And they know that. And they don't have to maintain that constant, like love and adoration and praise kind of thing. They can just kind of let you do all the work. Occasionally, like punch down at you and keep you down, and then throw you, like a little milk bone, and then you're all happy again. And every time you're willing to settle for less and less good things because you're so desperate to hold on to that feeling. And the loyalty is unwavering. It takes a lot to break somebody of that. Number 3, you avoid relationships. That's the other side of the spectrum. Like, you're either jumping into them or you're avoiding them completely. Hence 20 years without relationships. They actually have a term for it. It's called relationship anorexia. And you'll do anything to avoid any chance of rejection or abandonment. Staying alone actually is better in your mind than taking the risk and getting rejected or getting left again or getting abused again, because you don't see it ever working out. 4, you hide and lie about your feelings for somebody for fear of rejection and for not being good enough. So you like somebody and somebody's like, "Oh, I know you like her." And they're like, "No, I don't. Oh my God, I don't like her at all. I don't even want to be your friend like that." And you try to, like, what is that? The best defense is a strong offense or something like that. Like, that's what you do right away. You want to do the damage first. So you distance yourself. You go the other fucking way, and you're lying to them and you're lying to you. It took me a long time to actually just get to a point where I embrace all my feelings. It doesn't matter what I'm feeling, I will talk about it. It could be absolutely humiliating. It could be so dangerous to what I consider my own security, like my own image, I guess. And it could be really, I can open myself up to answers I don't really want to hear, but that I need to hear. So if I love somebody, I tell them. I don't hesitate anymore. If I don't like somebody, I'll tell them. I don't hesitate anymore, like good or bad. Like what I feel, you're gonna know it. And I'm gonna explain it to you. Like I'm not just gonna be like, oh, you're just a dick. Now, I'll tell you why I think you're a dick. I will back that shit up with all the proof I got. But I embrace it. I lean into it. I don't run away from it anymore. I don't pretend, or I try not to pretend that things don't bother me, because then I have all these little things that bother me that I don't address. I have big things that bother me that I don't address. And then there's this little innocuous, very normal, tepid thing that makes me explode. And I've totally exploded for the wrong reason. And everybody thinks I'm crazy because why is she getting so upset over this little fucking thing? That was just the straw that broke the camel's back. So I try not to do that because I know when I lose it spectacularly. 5, becoming obsessed with somebody to where you constantly look for signs that um that despite what they say, they're actually into you. And this is like a heightened obsession with somebody that you are not in a romantic or any type of like intimate relationship with. So this is like for people like when you like somebody and you tell the person and they tell you that they don't feel the same, or they give you no hint that they feel the same, but you're always picking apart what they do, what they say, and you're looking for clues that convince you that they do like you. They're just not saying it. I don't know why, but they're pretending like they don't want to be with me. When you know that it's just not there, but you're not willing to accept that. So you get this heightened obsession and you're not with the person. So but you monitor them all the time. You know where they're at, their schedule, this, that. And I've been there. I know a lot of people who have done that. I did that a lot more when I was younger, like much younger. But you pick out little things where you're like, oh, well, they said this, they must like me. They're just pretending like they don't. What game are they playing? And you could drive yourself crazy. Number 6, you lie or hide your relationship with somebody because you're ashamed of the choices that you make with them, whether it's inappropriate or abusive or whatever. Like if you are attracted to somebody or somebody like flirts with you and you give in and you're like, all right, I'll give it a go. But you're not telling anybody and you're not showing it. And if somebody asks you, you're like, oh, so, you like brush it off. If you're ashamed of being with somebody because either they're abusing you in private or, you get to see like the much darker side of them, or they're creating this persona in you that acts out of character, that you're ashamed of the way you act, or that you're giving into your baser kind of instincts and stuff like that. That's something that we do a lot. 7, you damage relationships because of sudden outbursts of emotion like sadness, jealousy, or anger when it's not entirely appropriate. This is a sign of being emotionally dysregulated. This is a big one for me. The others, some of them are a little here and there, but I'm very emotionally dysregulated. I get that. I do. Because I ride this like high and whatever and everything's hunky dory and I'm just like so exuberant and like I'm just thrilled, and all of a sudden one little thing happens and I plummet. It's like falling off a cliff 200 feet in the air into, no water. Like it's just ground rushing up to meet me. And I do that. I do that not a lot. I used to do it a lot, but it does happen when I'm in more physical pain. I think my mind is a lot more vulnerable to emotional outbursts when I physically am not up to par. 8, they change or adapt to fit with the people who are not like them and who actually act against their own values and beliefs. Adaptation means making ourselves accept and rationalize why we behave badly, why bad events happen, and um, we rationalize that the bad people in our lives, they're okay. Everybody, they're fine. I don't know. Why don't you like them? No, they're not like that. No, you just don't know them like I know them. No, you know them and you start to act like them. And they do things that you don't like. Like if maybe they're liars and you don't like liars, but as long as they're not lying to you, it's okay. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at Tommy. I put up with so much degenerate behavior from him and whatever because that was who it's who he was. Wasn't who I was. Did people assume that part of me was like that? Yep. Did they eventually figure out I wasn't like that? Yeah, but I mean, from the assumption, you tell me who you hang out with, I'll tell you who you act like. 9, fear of abandonment makes you act out of character or irrationally. Fear, rage, and grief are experienced all at once when relationships hit a rough spot because one bad thing equals the fact that that person is obviously going to leave because you aren't worth the effort, and you're definitely not worth the effort needed to overcome this little hurdle. And why would they want you? You're not perfect anymore. One little thing can send everybody from your life running. That's what you believe. And you do. You have that fear of abandonment, and it makes you act completely crazy. And it's that fear. It's that strike out, lash out before you get hurt. It's being defensive over, when nobody's attacking you. 10, you cling to people that you don't even like. I've done that many, many times. I've been around people that I'm like, I can't stand this person's voice. I can't stand the shit that comes out of their mouth. This bitch. Like, you get there and you're just like, I just don't want to walk away. I don't want to do that to anybody. Because I'm lucky to have them in my life. Because they keep telling me that. So it must be true. 11, you experience relationships with high conflict and arguing. Most of your relationships have been high octane. There's a lot of fighting, a lot of arguing, a lot of yelling that leads to things getting slammed and thrown and just very aggressive behaviors. They can often lead to very violent behaviors. 12, you tend to be in relationships where violence is common, and it often leads to mutual violence. Now, y'all know that I started out as being the victim of violence until I snapped and I was like, all right, I might not be as strong as you, but I'm going to give as good as I get. And I started just fighting all the time. Violence became the way I got through the day. Like, it just, I had no problem. Like, I mean, I've told you, like, I had no problem like stabbing somebody. None. Why'd I stab him? Because he said I wouldn't. How dare you? Don't fucking tell me what to do. Like, yeah. So did I do something completely crazy and, like against my value? Yeah, I sure did. Sure did. Did I ever apologize for it? No. You know why? Because I'm not sorry. I'm still not sorry. It happened. You know what? If I wasn't around somebody that I didn't like, it probably wouldn't have happened. If I liked them, I wouldn't have done it. But I did it. I own it. I'm still not remorseful though. Like it's not psychotic because I know it's wrong and I do feel bad that I did it at all, but I don't feel bad that I did it in that instance because fuck him. Uh sorry. That's the unvarnished fucking truth. 13, you hook up with dangerous people. You have reckless, death wishy behavior and often engage in promiscuity because you don't have any value. So, what does it matter what you do? You've never had a good effect on the world, right? So, I guess I'll just do whatever the fuck I want to do and whatever comes along. And, if that's the end of it, well, whatever. Nobody's going to miss me. That's the mindset. 14, sexual experiences often contain moments of fear, panic, shame, and worthlessness. Sex can often lead to feelings of self-disgust and an urge to flee or disconnect as soon as possible to avoid developing any attachment, intimacy, or vulnerability that can lead to pain. 15, you engage in self-defeating behaviors such as promiscuity, sexual riskiness, deviant, kinky behavior, and this is common with sexual abuse in childhood. And you keep trying all different things going, okay, it has to feel good eventually, right? Like you pretend to enjoy things, hoping one day you might actually enjoy it. I did a whole video on this that everybody's like, are you kidding me? Where I said, yeah, I'm very sexually oriented, but that doesn't mean I ever like truly enjoyed having sex with somebody. Like I never finished with somebody by myself. Sure. Like, with a partner, like talking to me. Sure. But like face to face with anybody that I've been with, no, they sucked. And it's like, did they suck? Well, yeah, they sucked. That didn't help. But I also had no connection to them. And it was just empty. It was just an empty act that I did just to be desperate to have some type of connection to somebody. And that was the easiest way to feel seen, to feel, I don't know, accomplished. So that's what I did. And it's not like I was a slam hound or anything. If I was with people and when I was in those relationships, it was, anything goes. Because I was desperate to see something that would have an effect. Did I enjoy some things? Yeah. And so I repeatedly did those. If they did something to me I didn't enjoy, you ain't doing it again. Like, no, that's done. That's off the list. But maybe this will work. Maybe that'll work. 16, cheating or picking cheaters as partners. You engage in impulsive behaviors and are often blind to the flaws in your partner's character that lead to them cheating or not having a commitment. So after you Often you feel the cheating is deserved because you aren't good enough for anybody, and you're too much to deal with. You're too much to handle. So God help them. 17, suicidal ideation. I think that old time. I always think these people would be so much better off without me. And that's something that I'm trying very hard to overcome. A lot of them have reproductive issues. 18 is reproductive issues. They wind up with, because of their promiscuity, they wind up with STDs. They wind up with like pelvic inflammatory disease, endometriosis, all sorts of stuff. 19, it's hard to communicate your true feelings when upset. You feel shame for feeling bad or sad or angry. You're ashamed to admit to anything that you deem as petty, and you see your reasons usually as childish because um, they've always been minimized or mocked in your past. And yet when you say, "Oh, I don't want to," I know I sound like a kid. I'm this is so little and I shouldn't be making a big deal. But when something happens similarly to somebody else, you're right away ready to validate their feelings for them. Your feelings aren't valid, but theirs are. And 20, no matter how much your partner does for you, you often feel alone, unloved, and unheard. You're um you're easily convinced that they can't have real feelings for you, because why would they? No one else ever has. And if your own family doesn't love you, if they think you're trash, who are you to think otherwise and believe someone will see any good in you and stick around? So that's that. And there are ways to like combat that. So I came up with a list of different things. She didn't mention these. I came up with these. Um Relationships, are harder for these people, and ways that they can not undo the damage, but try to like counter um what they're experiencing, what they go through while they work through it, is to practice positive self-speech. Decide you will not stay in that mindset. You have to take time to heal. Don't think that it's going to happen overnight. Don't think it's going to be a couple months, I'll be fine. No, it's a long process. And you have to be really, really honest about everything, which is really hard to do. Talk it out with others and with your partner. Be honest and don't blame yourself or others. Just identify the behavior. Try to come to the root cause of it, what's pushing you to do this. And then discuss the actions that need to be taken to deal with that situation, to deal with that behavior, and how you can make it better and how you could avoid it in the future. This way you take the power out of it. Rely on a temporary, not permanent mindset. So you don't get to have the catastrophic thinking. You got to recognize what's a catastrophic thinking and put it away. You have to be able to say, okay, yeah, it could happen. What's the likelihood? That's not going to happen. Like, this too shall pass. I always tell myself that. I'm like, this too shall pass. Please remember that. This too shall pass. Because I have been through so many things in my life. To let something else defeat me is insulting to who I am. You should set boundaries and figure out exactly what you want from relationships and openly discuss it. Be present. Feel what you feel, examine it, release it, but don't hold it. Don't hold it in and don't hold on to it. And lastly, plan with your partner how to identify triggers and resolve them, because you can't do this alone. You can't. You need a friend, you need a therapist, you need a partner, somebody who's going to hold that mirror up so that you see yourself as you actually are, not how you've convinced yourself to be. It's hard to get over the childhood stuff. It is. All right. So I ignored chat for a really long time. All right. So that was that. So I'm good on that. I hope you want to talk about it. ZD said in lurk mode. Yeah. All right. So I went back. All right. Got his pub. As you talk, Shell, it makes me think of the movie Mommy Dearest. Ugh, I hated that movie. You're worth so much, Shell. I love you, girl. I love you too, honey. I do. Mommy Dearest was not, for me, that was not like a strange movie. I know some people were like appalled by that movie, and I watched it going, yeah, like I would never do that to my kids, but I mean, it doesn't seem, to me, it didn't seem that abusive. What does that tell you? Wolfram, when I was a juror in the federal trial in Detroit that was 6 weeks long, then the Lord, I was not seated. Thank the Lord I was not seated on the Kwame Kilpatrick, mayor of Detroit, that started at the same time and was 6 months long. Oh, Lord. Oh, I knew you said thank the Lord. It's all right. I fixed it. Wolfram rolling on the door, rolling on the floor, sneaking. I'm always accused of sneaking up on people. I blame it on 13 years in the Army. I can blame it on wooden floors. My grandmother had the creakiest wooden floors on every level, but especially on the bedroom level of the house, which was the second level. And so anytime I moved around, she, what are you doing up there? So I learned not to make any fucking noise. We've been conditioned like a soldier. Yep. Absolutely. Mike, what's my purpose? Your purpose is to hang out and be witty. There you go. Purpose accomplished. In your MERS, been listening, turned into a Monday, Wednesday at work. Oh no, I hate those kind of days. Elephant, you are strong, you are beautiful, you have worth, you are not a burden, you are worth being loved. Well, now you know I got to do it. Damn it, Ellie. Ugh.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
And to that, all I have to say is,
shit.
Yep. Shit. I don't think Ellie was here for all my Nick things. Oh, I had to play that because I know y'all love it. Everyone deserves love. Everyone. Ellie Fun. I don't know about that. I don't know if everybody deserves it. There are some pieces of shit that really don't deserve. Maybe they deserve a little compassion and whatever in the beginning, but once you pass a certain line, it's like, fuck you, dude, fry. Outpost nerd. Yo, what's up, nerd? I'm sure you're gone by now. Oh no, that wasn't too long ago. Wow, so I thought I talked a lot longer than I did, but I didn't. All right. Ellie, be back soon starting kids on schoolwork. All righty. Mike, I love you, Shelly. Thank you, sweetie. You're very, very awesome. Ellie Font, you're not garbage. I'm behind now. That's right. It's just a bunch of me talking. You could tell when it hit lunchtime, everybody fucking disappeared. You could be behind. It's all right. I'm not going to go too much longer. I don't think. I don't know. Winning teases me. He's like, you say goodbye for like 2 hours. Those weren't his exact words. That was the gist of it. It's been many conversations put into one. Outpost on break. I show up at lunchtime. I know, honey. And I know I should have gotten back to you, but like this whole stream is about I've been in a very bad place for a week. And I have not felt like myself at all. And I've been I just didn't want to engage. You don't know what like the energy it took for me to do like Sunday's show with Winning, because I will not disappoint him. Or to even show up and be in chats. I mean, when have you ever known me to just like randomly fall asleep and not wake up in time for Winning's shows? Come on. Like I'm fucking, that's pathological. Like I'm like always there. And then twice in a row, I missed the beginning. Like, no, that was bad. It was just a bad week. Yeah, and I just couldn't get myself out of it until the whole thing with Nick. With him with that stupid friggin' suicidal John guy. And it's like, I got to be careful with how I say that because you say suicidal John, it sounds like he was a suicidal trick. But I mean, this dude is like, he really got under Nick's skin. He really did. And it just made me realize a lot of stuff. Like, I can't do the whole, well, there's a chink in that armor, so I got to throw out the whole armor. Or, oh, look, like there's a rip in this, whatever. Got to get rid of it. One little thing going wrong is not enough to just like say fuck it and nuke everything, including my life. And I just wasn't in that mindset this week. I really thought, fuck it. I'm a burden. I'm annoying. Nobody will miss me. It's better. That was what I was thinking. It's better. And then fighting with my son for a couple days did not help. Until it all like blew up yesterday. And he really made me feel horrible. And I got belligerent about it. I was like, no, you're not doing this to me. Like, how dare you? How dare you make me feel like this after everything I've done for you? And it hurt. Oh, it hurt so much. Because it was just, he was saying everything out loud that I'd been thinking all week long. And some reason when I was confronted with it, coming from another source other than myself, I was like, fuck you. Like, no. There's that defiant, that defiant streak in me. That's like, oh no, you're not going to tell me. No, I'm going to tell you. Like, and I did. I was like, let me tell you a little bit about yourself. I'm a little surprised that T-Rex wasn't around. I expected him to pop in at some point. That's all right, though. I know where he's hanging. He don't know I know, but I know. I always know. Can't hide nothing from me, unfortunately. Thank you. Nerd said Nick had something happen on last night's stream. No, it was Monday night. Outpost nerd, you're annoying like the sister we love. Thank you. And you're short like the brother I love. Wolfram, welcome back, Shelly. We have sorely missed you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, Wolfram. I wanted to put like community post. I just didn't have the ambition. Like, I didn't have any kind of motivation to reach out. I literally only showed up for winning things because it's winning. Yeah, because I'll walk through fire for that man. It's fucking weird, I know. But you give what you get and you get what you give. He always gives me his true self, even if, I have to piece things together sometimes. But he's been through it too. He's talked about narcissism and being with a narcissistic person and the things they do. They break you down. They make you doubt everything that you've ever been proud of. They ruin any kind of joy or dream you have. And they go about with their life like you owe them something, like the world owes them something. And when you've had to deal with somebody like that for a long time, like he did or like I did, you get very closed off, and you don't expect the good stuff to come your way. You don't expect somebody to care about you. You're used to taking care of yourself. And it's really scary to depend on somebody else, even 10%, 2%, 1%, to have any faith in them at all that they're going to be there for you when you need them. Because life has shown you that you're all you got, dude. Everybody else, you can guide them, you can give them all the tools they need. They are going to disappoint you. It's okay to disappoint one another once in a while. Just don't live there. You're not going to be everything somebody else needs. That's not going to happen. You're going to fall short in certain areas. You're going to have lull periods. You're going to have difficulties. You're going to have like periods where you're like, do I even still like this person? You do, but you're aggravated, and you're living in whatever world of pain you're in. And we all have them. But you gotta say, all right, I put all this effort into this person. They're a good person. I care about them. I have to shake myself out of this bullshit. Not just for them, but for me. Like, I'm denying myself this person in my life. Why? Who's paying for this? Like, this isn't a gotcha. This isn't a payback. The only person who's going to get punished, like, primarily is you and the person you love most. And who are you doing it? Who's doing it? You are. It's one little thing could just set off a whole bunch of bullshit. And I wasn't able to be aware enough to realize that I was just perpetuating bullshit. Well, did I have a right to feel how I felt? Yeah, of course I did. But that didn't mean I had to dwell in it. It didn't mean I had to let it take over. But I'm stubborn. And sometimes, unless you smack me over the head with it, then I'm not going to, figure it out. ZD, I'm here, been here the whole time listening and responding to you out loud in my house as I'm getting shit done. I gotta say, you dumb bitch, don't let me hear you say nobody'll miss me as I smack you on the back of the head. All with love, of course. I know, it's the Jersey way. I get it. It's the Italian way. I've always said that. I'm like, we may stab you, but then we'll bring you like spaghetti and meatballs or baked ziti in the hospital and spoon feed you. Like, oh, my baby, what happened? Like, even if I'm the one that did it. Nerd, back to the grindstone. Have a good day at school, nerd. ZD, it's the Jersey way. See, tough love works here. Yep. Elephant, you're not trash. I'm behind. Oh, no, you're pretty much caught up. Girl, I put it in my title. And I've been called trash quite a few times on the internet. By an asshole, but whatever. ZD, have a fine day. Have a fine grind. Ciao. There you go. I relit the cigarette like 8 fucking times. I'm almost out of coffee. Oh my goodness. I didn't have that big of a cup of coffee because I'm like, I really need to sleep. I mean, if you need a wood spoon whacking. Ellie, now that's true Italian. We all got hit with the wooden spoon. There's no. My grandmother kept it in the drawer to the left of the stovetop. And all she had to do was lean in that direction. Be like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Was I making noise? I didn't mean like. And then I'd hear the that little high. It's like, but she knew how to keep me in line. Oof. Yeah, nobody likes getting hit with the wooden spoon. I mean, I'm sure there are wackadoo people out there, but yeah, no, that shit hurts. Tiny little thing. I'd rather get hit with the shoe or like a frying pan or something. But that wooden spoon, that shit stings and it leaves a welt. Woo! Like that, especially my grandmother, she was good at cracking you on the knuckles. Oh, like I've always said, you always hit the funny bone if you really want to fuck somebody up, because there ain't nothing funny about that bone when you hit it. You like get somebody good in the elbow or like the side, like their ankle bone. Ellie said, I never got a spoon or a shoe. I feel left out. Well, I mean, the shoe I didn't get until I was much, much older. And that was Miguel's mother. She took off her chancla and hit me from like across the room just as a joke, but it still hit me in the fucking head. But the spoon, I got the spoon a couple times. Like I never got hit with the spoon. She never like I mean, with my mother, she'd hit her on the ass, on the back, on the arm. She didn't give a fuck. But for me, I always like she'd wrap me on the hand and oh, god damn it. Because I hate getting hit on the knuckles. I hate it. It's like that just makes me want to punch you. Like immediately. Like you hit my knuckle and it's like boom, boom. It's like, like a pressure valve. You push in and the button just pops out. And my fist just boop right in the face. ZD, did you see these migrants in New York throwing bottles and backpacks at NYPD? I can't take this disrespect anymore. Girl, please. New York is literally the next Detroit. They are on track to be the next Detroit. They are fucking themselves up. That damn governor was like, yeah, send them all. Never thinking that they were going to send them all or that they would get the message wherever they were coming from and go, okay, we'll come straight to you. I was watching a whole thing last night on, was I watching it by myself or was I watching it on Winnings? I don't remember. I know I saw it last night though. And they were saying how they're coming through Canada. Oh no, I think it had to be. Yeah, I think it had to be on Winnings because Nate had something to think. The lawyer had something to do with it. Okay, so I'm mentally sharp, but that doesn't mean my memory is as good. At least I remember that it happened yesterday. That's an improvement. So it's baby steps. Ah, no. I said it. God damn it. Where is it? I gotta find it. Son of a bitch. Where is it? That's the big one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ready? Here we go.
Baby steps? It means setting small, reasonable goals for yourself, one day at a time. One tiny step at a time.
Baby steps.
It works.
First of all, I don't pay property tax.
Dun, 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 dun. Baby steps. But yeah, no, we were watching this thing, Nate the lawyer was talking about whatever. And this governor of New York was like, send them all to me. And then they sent them and she didn't know what the fuck to do. And then they started coming on their own. And they're coming through Canada because they could actually go. They said it cost $350 for a ticket from Mexico to Canada. And they could just walk right across the border, like into New York, into like Michigan, like whatever. Like they literally could just cross over, take a boat, whatever. Like nothing. And then they just go they walk to New York City and they get housing, they get food stamps, they get, like their credit card with the $1,000 on it every month. They get to do whatever the fuck they want. And like, what's being done? And then they have their, oh my goodness, I can't believe we can't deal with this. You're the one who invited them. You wanted to be a sanctuary fucking city. You're a sanctuary city. Guess what? Now the people who actually live there need sanctuary from you. They're tired. They're paying all this property tax. They're paying high rents, high everything. And you're just giving money away to people who don't belong here. I have nothing against immigration. I have nothing against immigrants. I come from a long line of immigrants. I wouldn't be here without them coming over. But they did it the way they were supposed to. They came over by boat. They went to Ellis Island. They all stood in the fucking long lines. They got physically, like evaluated. They had to say where they were from. Some of them were told that they had to change their names, because, oh, we can't pronounce that. Well, tough. That's my name. Like, but they went through the process, and they took menial freaking jobs until they could work their way up. But none of my relatives expected a handout when they got here. They got here ready to work. My grandfather started delivering milk at like 7 years old, 4 a.m. That was when they had like first they had the horse-drawn carriage and then he had the truck. But they delivered milk and cheese and, like that kind of stuff. My great-grandfather delivered coal and ice, carrying it up 4 flights of stairs for every goddamn building because, everybody needed coal. Everybody needed ice. You needed ice for the ice box because they didn't have refrigerators. And you needed coal for the stove. You needed coal for heating. You needed, oil for the lamps. He did all that. That was all backbreaking. And he saved his money. When there was a war, he went off to fight the war. He came back, went right back to working. He never said, oh, like he had shrapnel in his head. Never, ever used it as an excuse or anything. Man worked right up until his old age, until my aunts were like, you have to retire. Like, we work, stop it. Like, just rest. I'm sorry. My son is like in the room yelling. And I had to like pause and yell at him because he's ridiculous. He knows I'm live and he's still loud as fuck. It's like, ugh. But yeah, no, they went through everything. He never shrugged off working. He never had an excuse for it. I respect the fuck out of him for that. The same thing with my grandparents, like they worked their asses off. That's the way you do things. You do it legally, you do it above board, and you do it without getting a handout and being willing to put your nose to the grindstone and work out a better life for yourself. I have a very solid work ethic. I always have, because I was raised by people with very solid work ethics. You could throw me into any job and I will figure out how to do it to the best of my ability, and I will give you 110% every time. Minimum. But they're not doing that. They're just coming over and here, give me this, give me that. I'm just going to sit around on my phone and do nothing. Like, I'm so glad that I worked in this country my whole fucking life. A country that literally disabled me itself. Not my own fucking actions, like not my own choice. It wasn't like my health choices that led to this. It was literally, I did something the government told me to do, and now look at me. Like, and I can't get help. But people who never lived here, who put nothing into the system, who are nothing but a drain on the resources and society and a detriment to society, you're going to hand them fucking everything. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Elephant said on the New York subway yesterday, they found a leg, reported it like it was no thing. Oh, yeah. That's totally like, yeah. That's why, like you guys said, you were like, oh, you hear the helicopters. You're like, oh, yeah, just the body in the river. It's not that I'm unfeeling. It's just I'm so desensitized to it because it happens so goddamn often. It's ridiculous. They make more money than I do. Fuck New York. Yep. Looks at the word baby, then looks very much like the word boobies. No, I don't have that clip. That's a winning thing. You got to send him like a super chat and he'll do the booby clip where everybody's bouncing, except for that one in orange. That's just not natural. They don't bounce at all. I like bouncing boobies. I don't like boobies that stare at me wherever I go. I mean, I still like them, but not as much as the bouncing boobies. I'm an equal opportunity booby lover. Boobs and butts. That's what I love. I love to look at butts. That's it, though. That's it. Literally, that's it. Winning. Wait.
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
I figured if we were gonna go with the whole ass ass thing, stay away from asses because that can happen. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, I'm glad I got like a lot of that stuff out. Childhood neglect is not. It's not a small thing. It's really not. I would love to be able to be like, I'm just happy all the time and da da da. And it doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. Sometimes it gets the better of me. And I'm trying desperately right now to not let it blow up my happiness or my potential future. I'm trying my best to deal with it. And like I said, one of the things that I have to is I identify it. I talk about it. And then I try to deal with it differently the next time it happens. And I've gotten so much better. I mean, I don't self-harm. I don't any of that anymore. The unalivey thoughts are there, but I don't make the plans anymore. Like I don't make I don't write the instructions out for what they have to do or who they have to contact after I'm gone. I've done that many times in the last 2 years. So many times in the last 2 years. But I haven't done that in, I'd say, about 7 or 8 months. About that. Because I'm trying to not be, not catastrophic, but cataclysmic about everything. Darth Hideous. Hey. He said, good Riri's, except it's not M and you guys aren't Riri. Grand risings. Happy coffee time. That's what it is. Happy coffee time. But yeah, Darth had his last show on, not the last show in general, but the last show on the Laws of Power on Monday. It was Monday, Law 48. He did it with Div. It was a good show. I enjoyed it. I talked in the beginning, like when I got there, but then I laid down and I just listened. And then I went from you to Nick, and that's how this whole thing came about because, Nick had to deal with the bullshit. Be categorical, Michelle? Ellie said, F you, Darth. Dorothy, let's see.
Fuck you, you weird. Go away.
I love these that I did in Nick. I gotta do more of these, like just Nick just fuck you, because I love doing clips of him. Winning did this one, but it's one of my
Good
favorites.
luck. We're all counting on you.
He's really good at it. I don't zoom in or whatever. I'm just like, it is what it is. I love I want to redo this one just a second longer so it has like the thing at the end is more pronounced. But I'm like, this is what happens when you really excite a girl.
Motherfucker! Oh, God damn it!
I love that one. I gotta make that one bigger. That's what you said. Inya, I want a Nick clip of the chimp out night. What is that? All I know is Ellie and I were watching him Monday night. It was me, Ellie, and Daisy. And it's so funny because Ellie rumble ranted him, in case nobody told you today, you're not a piece of shit. Which, Ellie, I don't know if you know this, but I text him like usually like once a week and say that to him. That was how we became friends because I would just text him out of nowhere and be like, "Hey, you know what? You're not a piece of shit, and here's why I think so." And I would tell him why, and he was just like, "What the fuck? Like, what?" And then when I stopped talking, like, I was like, "Oh, this dude's never gonna answer me." He was like, "Where'd you go? Like, talk to me. Are you okay? Like, what happened?" I was like, "Oh shit," he talked back. I was like, "What the hell?" That was shit. Oh, well over a year ago. That's why I love when people are like, "Oh yeah, you're not friend." Okay, like whatever. You have your friendships, I have mine. But guess what? When I'm upset like this, you know who's like, "Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me." He is. It's always, "What's the matter? What's the matter? I don't like your tone. I don't like your tone. Talk to me." I don't like your tone. Um, but yeah, no, he was Nick Loki called me a lesbian one day. That was hilarious. I was like, "Yeah, we're all lesbians. Nick's a lesbian. You're a lesbian. You're a lesbian." She was like, "I'm a lesbian only for my husband." I was like, "As it should be. Like that's how it goes." I think that might be one of the best things on the internet ever. What chimp out? You're gonna have to send me a link this way to chimp out at Popeyes that he and Drex watch. I don't know what that is. Somebody send a link to my Discord or something for that. Oh, and that's god damn it. All right, my mic might go a little wonky because I need to open up Discord real quick. Oh dear God. So many updates. My mic will go nutty because it doesn't like Discord, but it'll open in a minute. I'll hope. Do. God, Anya, you so quick. So quick. Lord. Winning show tonight is on exposing the mass censorship epidemic, which ironically enough, most likely will get us kicked off YouTube and go to Rumble. But we'll see. I need an invite. Damn it. Oh, here we go. I hate Discord. All right. There we go. So that's the Discord link. If anybody who is around, like Elizabeth, I know she might come back and see it, and she's going through some things, Elizabeth G. So if she wants to talk, that's one way to get in touch with me. I'm not a Discord Yahtzee like other people. Like I don't care who's in my Discord. As long as you're respectful to one another and you just enjoy your time there, you're fine. I sometimes just watch it to laugh until I cry. I can't wait to see it. Oh my goodness. Thanks for sending me the link. Ellie Font said, "I only text Nick when asshats are trying to fuck with his business." Oh yeah. No, I text him all the time. Well, what's up, my chromie homie? Because that's just who he is. Nick has always been there, like whenever I needed him to be. So I try to, reciprocate. That's why I sent him that thing saying, I'm sending you love, Nick. And he was like, I love you, Shelly. I was like, this motherfucker said my name. How does he know these guys know my name? I was like, he just threw my name out there like it was nothing. He usually calls me 3T, which is fine with me. But it's like, Shelly, this headline just popped up on my phone. New study links blank jab to possible health. You think? You think? I love that they're like, oh, guess what? There might be issues with that. You don't say. Really? You don't say. I'll send. Thank you, Inya. Oh my God, Ziti, that's hilarious. I loved it, but your phone's not listening to your conversations or anything at all. No, not at all. It's not monitoring who you listen to. I say it and it just pops up on your phone. It's great. Darth, have you tried opening Discord in a web browser? I would, but I don't remember my password. So I don't even remember my email that I logged in with. I don't remember any of it. I haven't had to log back in 10 months about. So I forget. I know I have a list around here somewhere, but I'll be damned if I know where it is. It's stating possible neurological, blood, and heart related conditions. Yeah, I got all those. All of them. And then a couple extra. So, in humors, I have this thing saved. It's the lady that loves Brent Spiner. I think, oh my goodness. Nick's face looks like someone hit his arse with the right. Wait, his face looks like. Oh, that's funny. Sure, you say you don't care, Dart said, but if you're going to be in my shell's Discord, it's best that you don't be a fanook. Very good. That's right. That's right. I don't care as long as they're respectful to one another. Make each other laugh. That's all I really want you to do is just be there for one another. And just know that if you send me a message, I'll get to it. I might not answer it right away because I suck at that. But at least you know it's a shortcoming. It's nothing personal. Wolfram, I was just going for the Discord. Like, thank you, sweetie. I figured I'd just throw it up there. Elephant, I saw a masked chick the other day and I wanted to tell her she doesn't have to be afraid. You know what? I've decided all these people wear a mask. They're not afraid. They're just ugly and they don't want to shave their mustaches. I've decided that. I believe that. I do. Because my son loves to put the mask on. And I'm like, dude, you don't even believe in that. He's like, first of all, with the mask on, I don't have to smell people and they smell. He was like, which point? He was like, and two, he was like, I have a breakout. He was like, and I don't want people to look at it. So just I cover it up. He was like, you can go outside wearing makeup. He was like, I don't have that option. He was like, I just throw the mask on. He was like, and people think I'm crazy, so they stay away from me. So bonus. I was like, like there's a thing there that I'm digging. Like you said, people avoid you. He's like, yeah, I don't know why. They see me coming with the mask and they think that I'm crazy and they move away from me. I'm like, that actually makes it a little worth it. It really does. Like if people can avoid me and I just have mean eyes, like, yeah, that's fine. I could be laughing at them the whole damn time. Yeah, so I mean there is a method to his madness and it does work. He had valid points. Valid points. He was like, so do you mind now? I was like, no, wear whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. He also said that they can't tell that he's pissed off and cursing them out under his breath because they can't see his mouth moving. And I know who he's talking about. He was talking about the concierge people across the street that have my packages who never find the packages when he goes over there and argue with him that there's no packages on the list. And he's like, there's 4 fucking packages. It's just like the other day he went over and he was like, can I go look? She's like, go ahead, go look. You ain't gonna find nothing. And he went right in. He was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And she's like, like he was like, learn how to do your job. I was like, oh God, please tell me you're nice. He was like, yeah, it was nice. Thank you. Because I don't need them thinking that I have some disrespectful child. You could curse them out all you want when you get home, but to their face, just smile and be like, thank you for your effort. Thanks for letting me go look. God. I literally have been so like out of it and sick this week that eating has not really been a thing. And every time I ate, I was sick. But what is a thing is my stomach. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but my stomach has taken on a whole different sound system. Got all these weird sound effects now. It sounds like Scooby-Doo, like all the fucking time. Like it's loud. I don't know how you didn't hear that. Because it literally like growled for like easily 4 or 5 seconds straight. It's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill." Like, no, I'm not, because that's alleged. 1 second. Oh my goodness, he's so loud. And you said, yeah, my husband was telling me about the study about men and women's brains being different. I was like, no, really? Oh my God. That's like when they see that TED Talk thing with the dude that has like the male brain and the female brain, and he's got a box. And like he takes all these things out of the, like all these different like Legos or whatever. I forget what he does. And he puts them into the box of the woman's brain. And he's like, here, you got pain, you got joy, you got past, you got future, you got worries, you got kids, you got husband, you got that. And everything's in there all just jumbled together at all times. And in the male brain, they can literally focus on like one thing. Think about that one thing. Take that one thing out of the box and put it away. And now the box is empty, and they can literally sit there and think of nothing. And it was like men actually are made that way. I cannot imagine how relaxing it must be to be able to just go, no, I'm not going to think about anything right now. Meanwhile, my brain is operating with 4,000 tabs open at all times. And it's draining as fuck. And I'm trying to like get through that. And every time I close 10 tabs, 100 more open up. And it's just like, oh. So yeah, that whole thing, I was like, really? I didn't know that men could think of nothing. I didn't believe it. I mean, I've been told that many times, but I didn't actually believe it. And then to see this guy do that, I was like, wow. I was like, they really can't think of nothing. Like, I knew how women think, because I figured, most women think the way I do or whatever. But I didn't know that anybody could really empty their mind. That's why meditation has never worked for me. Like, even like to do trances and stuff like that, it's very, very, very difficult for me because my head doesn't shut up. It's just, and so much negative speech. It's just, it's all the, remember to worry about this, worry about that. Did you see this? Did you see that? This probably meant that. Da, 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 da. You're a piece of shit. Da, 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 da. Like, it's just all the time. And eventually it beats the hell out of you. But I would love to just for one day, not forever. I just want to borrow that ability for one day and just be carefree. I don't know that I believe it though, because men are really good at hiding things. They're good at masking it and be like, what do you think about nothing? It doesn't mean that they're not troubled. It doesn't mean that they're not hurting or that they're not sad or whatever. They're just choosing to empty their mind. That doesn't automatically carry over to their feelings. I think that they're feeling things, they're just not thinking about them. Or they've decided nobody gives a shit anyway, so I'm not going to give a shit. I'm not going to dwell on it because nobody cares. Just got to move on. Got to suck it up, move on. Suck it up, move on. That's what creates very unhealthy men. They're allowed to have the thoughts. They're allowed to have the feelings. I encourage them to have the thoughts and feelings and express them. Stoicism only gets you so far. And yeah, I have plumbing ants popping up. That's because I said plunger earlier. She said, if I have a pipe burst or something, I'm a shit, because if so, the spies are starting to see into the future. No, it's because I said earlier that narcissists, like abusive parents and like narcissist parents or narcissist partners with the personality disorder, not just traits, are very good at being plungers because they're always bringing up old shit. That's a Darthism, by the way. That I got from Darth, and that one's stuck in my head for fucking ever. So that's a Darthism. Yeah, they're not seeing your future. They're just listening to your conversation. If that helps. I said plunger and you got, things, and I said the jibby jab, and, something popped up on ZD's thing. So it's like, Ellie said, God made men and women differently. It's by design. Husband and wife are supposed to elevate each other. Yeah, it's complementary. If both of you are always like hyper thinking, then it's going to be a very, very explosive, intense relationship that's not going to ever bring you any peace of mind. Like, you need one person who's going to worry about everything and remember everything, and you need the other person who's going to be like, it's fine, just keep talking. Like, you can unload on them and they remember things, but they don't dwell on it. And they do. They have let me tell you something. Most men have an amazing memory storage capacity. The CPU might not be running actively right now. It might not be running a program other than the basic, but their memory data banks are full. They don't forget shit that they want to remember. And they do take in a lot. Let me tell you something. One of the reasons that winning always wins, like the arguments, is because he remembers things so much better than any other man I've ever argued with before. We don't argue a lot, but when we do talk about stuff, he will always come out on top because he knows. He's like, no, that's not what you said. You said that. And I'm like, how the fuck do you remember? I don't remember saying it. How do you remember? Because I remember. Okay. Little details. And they do. They make all the difference. They do. But yeah, he doesn't say, oh, well, I remember you saying this. He'll utilize the information and put it into practice. Like, whereas I'd be like, well, you said, blah, 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 and I want to talk about it. Meanwhile, he's going to act on it. So they complement each other. I'm the talker. He's the action hero. Nick's face was bruised. When was it bruised? The night that he was like, I mean, he looked like, I can't tell if his face is bruised or just shadowed because he lost so much goddamn weight. Lady Awesome, finally the kids are down for a nap. Woohoo! All right. Party time. Time for you to go have a smoke. Smoke and a cigarette and maybe a crying session. Ellie, hey lady, I was on my phone earlier. Okay. I'm sure you say right away or at all ever. What's with the quotation marks, Dart? Like, I don't get it. And yeah, I also posted the chimp out vid on memes and funny crap in the Discord. Okay, cool. I like when you guys put stuff in like the music and the art and like all that stuff. I don't always comment and I don't always like click one of those little emojis, but I watch them all. Some of y'all music choices surprise me because you seem like so like like just like ordinary like pop or country or whatever. And then you come out of your face with like this like hardcore rap shit. And I'm like, what the hell? It's nice to see like the diversity for once. It's actual good diversity, not bad diversity. Dark Today's reminder, Joe Tato Biden doesn't sniff. That ain't right. He don't sniff black people. No. Do you love black people? I love black people. Fucking that dude. Why are you gay? That was the other thing that Ellie said. She said, Nick, why are you gay? As soon as she said that, that's how I said it. The mask makes the breakout worse, though. Yeah, but he gets to cover it when he goes out, and then he spends the rest of the time inside. So for the 15 minutes he's outside, it's like whatever. But he loves that it keeps people away from him. He loves that. He hates talking to people. He really is not a people person at all. Ellie. F it, I'm too lazy to fix my typos. You know what I mean. Okay. I get it. And you watch at your own risk. There's some crazy ish happening in this lady's story. Not safe for work or anyone, really. I mean, what of Nick's streams are? Jesus, I never know what he's gonna say. Those clips that I took, one was from when he went to, I think it was when he went to Tennessee or Matsuri, I forget. But he was, I guess, outside the hotel or his parents, whatever. I think it was his parents. And he was streaming and the sprinklers went off. And that's where we got that. I love when he says shit because he's just adorable. That little smile is just like, he's like, shit. Like, but the other one was from the Duncan, the one with the beans. Fuck you, you weirdo. That's from the Duncan one. When he had gonna have a nice sit down discussion with Duncan McLeod. I was like, oh Lord. So I went back and that's what I pulled from that one. There were so many things that I wanted to clip, and I was just like, nah, don't do overkill. Like just clip a couple. But the beans one really just made me laugh. I was like, I have to have that. Jacob Castro. Sounds like justification to conform. Sounds like normalization. I mean, that's everything. Darth Hideous. No pain, no brain, no pain. No pain, no drain. What? No pain, no drain. Yeah, but no boy, no joy. No man, just my hand. But anyway, Puffer Smiles. Hey, lady, good to say hi, honey. How are you? How are you? Welcome, welcome. We already did our crying. I did so much crying. I feel better though. I do feel better. I got a lot out. I discussed a lot, and it feels good to like get the stuff out and have an actual like purpose for the stream. Because I do think that there are a lot of people out there who have been abused, who have had very bad childhoods, who have been in very abusive relationships with narcissists who they're not narcissistic in just trait. Like they have narcissistic personality disorder. Like, and that's a very thorough and pathological behavioral, and it'll break you. They will do their best to break you down. And it does. It sets up conditions and you react in certain ways, you think in certain ways. And I just think that other people should realize that, yeah, it's okay that you're like this. You just have to identify it and work on it. It's not going to resolve itself. Not everything needs to be reacted to. You don't have to burn down the house because you found a spider in the cupboard. Like, none of that is a thing. You can just squish the spider and be like, or call somebody else to help you squish the spider if you're too afraid, and move on. Not every door you open is going to have a spider behind it. You're not going to crawl into a bed full of spiders. Like, just, don't assume the worst and don't let it get out of hand. My thing is, like I said, I'm really stubborn. And when I'm hurting, I will stay in that hurt until I feel I should come out of it. And most of the time, when I feel I should come out of it is too late. And I didn't do that this time. I tried to get in front of it. I tried to deal with it. And then, I don't know, with Nick's thing the other night, and then my son being a shithead yesterday, fucking making me cry. The pieces clicked into place. And I was like, oh, you're an asshole. Like, why did you blow this up? And why are you like, yeah, you feeling apathetic. You're feeling like you want to disconnect. Why? Because you're a chicken shit, Michelle. Because I am. I can be brave for every one of you. I can show immense courage when it comes to other people. Me, I'm the biggest chicken shit when it comes to me. Yes, I'm stubborn, but I'm not I'm not good at fighting for me. I'm good at just fighting. I'm good at blaming myself. I'm good at beating myself up. I'm good at punishing myself in the worst, least enjoyable ways possible. You know, I will cut off my nose to spite my face in my stubbornness. And I'm trying not to do that. ZD. Oh, in your MERS, or it's a simulation and they're going to cause a plumbing issue, just say. It's a setup. It's a trap. Darth Hideous, have you tried smoking meth and heroin at the same time? I have not. Is that a recommendation? I'm just wondering. Meth to dull the mind, heroin to relax it away. Yeah, no, I don't think that would be a great combination for me, but I'm not the one that you should recommend that to because I'm a risk taker and I act out of stupidity many, many times. And spite, I act out of spite. But no, we're not doing that because it just doesn't appeal to me. It really doesn't. I'd rather smoke my cigarettes and die slowly. It's fine. Any Marzini, then maybe there was a glitch and I got the ad before it happened. Well, I mean, I would pay attention to that. I really would. Lady Awesome. I was never able to meditate till I found Guided Meditation with Jason Stevenson. Check him out. He has a channel under that name and many others. All right, let me. Jason Stevenson. Meditation. Guided meditation. That might work. I don't know. I always use guided reading to teach my kids how to read. So maybe that'll help. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Darth Hideous, could you do like some mushrooms to turn your brain inside out? I mean, you're just full of recommendations today. He's like, here, drugs and drugs and drugs, and here's more drugs. Like, try these drugs. Blank out your mind, Shell. I can't even get my mind to shut up when I'm asleep. You know how weird it is for your body to be like, hello, it's time to wake up. I know we've only been asleep 20 minutes, but we really need to pee again. Get up. And it's just like, really? Like, oh, thanks. And if I don't listen to it, it starts giving me these dreams of like water and waterfalls and whatever. I'm like, okay, not helpful. Not helpful, because then it's the mad dash to the bathroom. My poor kids, I'm like, get the hell out the way. Lady, I don't know what it is about him, but his videos taught me. Yeah, so I'm willing to try anything at this point. I really am. I listen to so many weird like videos. You have no idea. If you ever saw my watch later list, it's got like rabbis, it's got stuff on angels, it's got different Bible stories, it's got how to make hard candy, it's got kitchen hacks, oh my god, how to build a computer, because my son bought all the components to a computer and then he didn't know how to put it together. So I have a whole computer with tower and everything sitting literally 10 feet from me that I need to figure out how to build. That's a pain in the ass. I don't want to do that, but it's either that or hire somebody, and I ain't got the money like that. So eventually I will figure out, but I mean, that's on the friggin' playlist for watch later. There's one of Nick's streams on there that I absolutely need to listen to that I never did and I was really interested in, but I just can't bring myself to sit there for 4 hours because you can't just speed through it. Like, I have to watch Nick. I can't just listen because so much is said in his expressions that he doesn't say out loud. Like, you'll think he's completely serious about something. Then you see his face and you're like, oh, this motherfucker's being sarcastic. Like, how do you do sarcasm deadpan? I hate that. Don't do that. Like, you confuse me if I'm just listening. I'm like, oh, he did not just say that. Kind of miss Unbreaded, I ain't gonna lie. Unbreaded was fun. I miss him doing it. It brought a levity to his streams that, I don't know, this irreverence. I miss it though. And oh, that explains it. Yep. If you dart, you plunger. Oh, get that bitch a plunger. Bitches love bringing up old shit. See, it's a Darthism. Told you. Hey there, ZD lady. Awesome. I'm sorry, I got the hiccups. Close that box and put it on the shelf. I'll think about it later. Yeah, well, I can't do that. I try all the time. Winning has told me more than once, just box it up and go to sleep and don't worry about it. Yeah, my brain don't work that way. He's like, just try. I do try. I try so hard, and it's more frustrating because I can't do it. It just, if that one goes away, all the other shit pops up, and it's like, oh, there's room. Here we go. Everybody rushes to the front. Everybody wants attention in my head. Darth is the biggest plunger I know, bringing up old shit to throw in people's faces. I mean, that's Darth. I don't care how, I don't care how you are as long as I'm aware of how you are. I can accept who you are. I know I'm not going to change nobody. So Darth is what Darth is. You take him or leave him. Darth Hideous, because winning is... No, he is not. He is not. That's how he remembers. No, he is not a Fanuc. Not in any way, shape, or form. That man is old, man. It's bruised right now since last week. Who hit him in the face? Did he fall? I know he's been like working out. Did he have like a gym accident? What the hell? Did he piss somebody off? I could see that one happening. I could see him getting into it like with somebody and getting punched in the face. I of course want to myrtleize that person, but yeah, I could definitely see it being a thing. Lady Awesome, I truly believe that's why me and my husband don't argue that much, is because he remembers more than I do. And I'm usually like, yeah, you're right. And that happens so often. Because just like, no, he's like, no, you said that. I'm like, I don't remember saying that, but it sounds like me. Fine. It's just, and we just let it go. And I don't feel like any kind of animosity about being wrong. He's like the one person I don't get mad at when I'm wrong. I mean, it's in his goddamn name, for Christ's sake. I'm like, you suck. Like, your whole name just sucks. Every time I want to do something, it's like, they're like, yeah, so we're winning. And boop, there goes the avatar in my head. I'm like, some bitch. Any of the new Webby sucks. Don't do it though. What? All right. It's so trash. Listen to A Tribe Called Quest right now. Winning, stop projecting, Dart. Ooh. Now y'all men behave. Animals behave. Degenerates behave. Oh no, I'll take Castro. I'm trying to think of something to call you both. Savages behave. And yeah, I watched it last night, Darth. He said it wasn't anything big. And yeah, what was the kid's called? It wasn't even mid. He didn't even rhyme. Oh, you talking about rappers. Fuck that. Puffer said, good, Shelly. Now today is all up from here. Getting that shit out makes you feel a bit lighter. Well, me. It does. I needed to do this live. I was putting it off. One, because I didn't have the energy. I really didn't. And I was physically fucking sick on Monday. But like I said, I'm stubborn. And if I would have done the live before I was ready to admit that I was not taking care of myself, that I was not facing things like I should, when I was able to say, okay, I'm done throwing my tantrum. When I say I threw my tantrum, I'm not saying that I threw stuff and I wasn't out of control in a wild way. I just shut down. And I sat and I pouted and I cried and I pouted and I pouted and I cried. And it was just a never ending circle. No matter how much I was like, oh, I want to go play this game, but I don't want to because I don't enjoy it. So it was just I just wouldn't let myself feel better. and it was affecting people around me, and that's when I was like, "No." And then the whole thing with Nick, with him going through that, and then I was like, "Okay, so I can still really worry about stupid people," because he was stupid drunk that night. Um, and then, like I said, the thing with my son, with him going off on me, that really broke me. And I just got to the point where I was like, "Why? Why are you contemplating these horrible things to do to yourself when it ain't gonna fix anything? You're just gonna, bitch, you're just gonna be dead. Like, what is wrong with you? You know, stop sitting there and like stomping your feet and crossing your arms because, my feelings are hurt. Your feelings are hurt, but did you die? No, get the fuck over it." And I kind of had to, but I had to figure it out first. I had to find the right person who was talking about what I was feeling in that moment and give me the reasons why, so that I could trace it back and put the pieces together and go, "Oh, okay, now it makes sense. Oh, now you're so stupid, Chell." Like, I mean, it was just another reason to, like, tell myself I'm an idiot for not figuring it out sooner. And I do. I feel very stupid when it comes to like my emotional well-being because I'm not used to addressing it. I'm used to sweeping it under that rug and just being angry. Like, I'm good at anger. Oof, I'm so good at being mean and angry. But that's because that's the pain talking. That's the fear talking. That's the, well, I'm going to push you away before you ever get to hurt me again. Not thinking that the hurt was minor. It was a teeny tiny thing, but it was like the first of its kind. So it was like my very cataclysmic brain said, "Oh, well, this is your whole future. Like, this is always going to happen. Nobody else, only you can learn from your mistakes, Michelle. Nobody else is going to learn from their mistakes because you're not worth it." That's what my brain kept telling me. And that was the main thing. It was, "You're not worth it. You're not worth it. You're not worth it. You're not worth it." And I was like, why do I keep thinking that? Because I know what I bring to the table. I know that I'm worth a lot, but knowing it and believing it are two different things. So why can't I believe it? So I started looking stuff up, and this lady pretty much just jumped out at me out of nowhere. And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to listen to her and see what she has to say." And that led me to another thing and to another thing and to another thing. And then we got the thing today. But I had to work it out in my head before I could talk about it, because I don't like to come to you guys with just problems and not like a solution or not like a reason for things being the way they are. But it's funny because it seems so big in my head. And then when I get here and I talk to you guys about it and I'm honest about it and I show my feelings and I show my emotions, it's not so overwhelming anymore. It's not such a big deal. And it's not that I'm minimizing it. It's that it loses its power over me the more I explain it out to you guys. The more I delve into it, the more feedback I get. And I want people who lurk out there, like, especially the lurkers, because I know there are a lot of lurkers. They don't talk in chat, but they're there to get something out of this. And I hope they take something away from it. That was the whole point of this channel. For me to sit here and cry if I fucking need to and tell you all the things that everybody tells me to shut the fuck up about. Nobody needs to know your business. That's why the world is the way it is, because nobody is taking the time or the risk to be honest and vulnerable. So everybody thinks they're on their own. You're not on your own. You don't have to be. There are people out there who are going through what you've gone through or what you're going through or what you may go through, and you may just want to forearm yourself. The more you know, the better you are. the better prepared you are to face pretty much anything from the past, present, or future. And that's what I want for people. I want to get there myself, but I don't want to do it alone. It feels selfish to do it alone. And like I said, part of, my self-worth is that I'm not allowed to be selfish. That's what I've always been. You're not allowed to act selfishly. So if the only way for me to help myself is to simultaneously help somebody else. That is why I do what I do here. I don't think I'm changing anybody's life radically, but if I can give them like a reason or just a positive spin on something, or show them even through my own life that your life ain't that bad. Like, you see all this shit that I lived through? That's not me wanting a pat on the back. That's me telling you, I did that. You can do that because you're stronger than me. You have the resources. We're here. We care. I want them to know that. I want them to be stronger. I want them to be better. That's the whole purpose of me doing this. And it may seem like it's all about me. It's not about me. I could just as easily talk to my freaking therapist or my psychiatrist about all this shit, and they're just going to sit there and listen and whatever, and then give me medication and advice and whatever. But I want to do this here because I think, one, I'm a lot more honest with you guys than I am with them. And two, I think that you not only have things to add to it that I can relate to and you can relate to, and we can make that connection. But there's the possibility that somebody is listening who needs to hear what I'm saying. It's not that there's any miracles in my words. I don't think that. I think the power of what I do is that I'm very raw about it. And if I look like a jerk to some people, then I look like a jerk. I don't give a fuck. If you want to say I'm a crybabe, call me a cry. I don't give a fuck. If you don't like the stream, you can go. But that's the thing. Like, the people who talk about shit are the ones that, they're like, oh, I heard you did whatever. I'm like, but you don't like what I talk about. Why are you there? I don't get it. Like, fuck off. And that's what Nick was saying. Like, your haters are more loyal than the people who love you. They won't miss a goddamn word of what you say because they're afraid you're going to talk about them. Oh, she might bring me up. I'm going to listen to her talk for 6 hours straight. Okay. There's nothing wrong with your self-esteem. But yeah, that's why I do this. I can't do it just for me. It doesn't feel right. And I mean, I know a lot of people have judged me based on that other place that I used to go to. And that's, like I said, that's just a part of me. And that was mainly me performing. The people that know me, they know I'm all soft and squishy inside. Do I fuck up? Yep, sure do. Sure do. I fuck up all the time. I'm human. I'm gonna. If you want to hold that against me the rest of my life, that's on you. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. And you said, oh, I misread your chat art last night, Webby. Okay. Eco is dropping. So I don't know what any of that is. I like to do the. Oh, see? And you're going to try it too. Good. Darth Hideous. Oh, shit, my bad. You said you wanted to meditate. I think you said medicate. Never mind any of that advice. I came out of Pat Trucks. You so stupid. I would never do most of those. I do want to try shrooms one day. Like, again, I've done like the shrooms, like the chocolate with the shrooms in it, but I just want to do straight up shrooms. But that might never happen. Ellie, I took a guided and walking meditation class in undergrad. Oh, that's awesome. Did they work? That shit never works on me. Winning reality drugs are for losers. Yep. Or, druggies. Drugs are for druggies. There you go. I was on so many damn medications that I have very little desire to be on medication of any form at this point because, like I said, taking the supplements, it's so weird that my mind actually feels crisp and clear. Like, it's just, I feel sharp. Whereas before, I literally felt like I was thinking, trying to walk and think at the same time through molasses. Like, the speeds were equal. It was horrible to always have that brain fog, to be in the middle of saying something and go, yeah, I don't know what even was I talking about? And then I couldn't get the thread back. It drove me insane. I don't know what it is about his voice accent, I guess. Okay. Walking meditation is fun. You basically are walking barefoot in the grass. Oh, I love walking barefoot. Oh, I used Joseph Cloud meditation when I was having extreme anxiety. I was able to get off meds eventually. I used to tell my husband, okay, leave me alone. It's time for my boyfriend. Nice. I'll write him down too. So, Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Coat. One of my favorite plays ever. And yes, I know the whole soundtrack by hand. Thank you. By hand. By heart. It wasn't that kind of soundtrack. Apparently the jokes aren't though. What happened? Because I don't hear you finicking ass laughing. You tried lighting up. Ooh. Oh, I know who you're talking to. He fine. I would fall asleep to his. He has a very dry sense of humor. I don't know why you haven't like cottoned on to that yet. I would fall asleep to his meditation, or else I wouldn't sleep at all. 6 a.m. came quick those days. Oh yeah, I know that. I listened to a lot of the ambient kind of, I don't know, like different frequency music or whatever. And it's basically just to drown out the sound of my children moving around while I'm asleep, since they never stay still. I have to do that often when I deal with the outside world. I have to disperse the energy. So right into the ground, grounding yourself. I used to be able to do that, lady. I used to be able to basically to like try to mentally gather all like the negative energy that I was feeling. Turn it, like I would turn it a different color. Like I would make it symbolic of something and I would condense it, and I was able to like, touch the ground, or like touch something usually outside. And I was able to like release that because I felt like there were things that needed energy of any kind. And I didn't feel bad releasing it that way. Like around these kids, I feel bad like doing anything. Elephant. Yeah, I took a class that was designed for people in helping fields to teach people how to self-care in various ways: yoga, breathing, techniques, meditation. See, now you got me saying medication. Ugh, dark. Meditation, humor therapy. And I know how to do all that kind of stuff, but when I'm in that big of a funk, I literally don't want to do anything. I won't even I can't even eat because that chewing just takes way too much energy. Chewing's a lot. You ever like look at something and you're so down, you're just like, I'm super hungry. I would love to eat that, but it's just the thought of all that chewing and the taste just isn't going to hit the same way. Like it literally tastes like dirt to you. It's like you're chewing on cardboard because you're not enjoying anything. Like it's almost like your joy button is just permanently off, and it just makes you go lower and lower and lower. Plus, you have the weird sleep schedule because you're not, your brain won't shut up. So you're sleeping a little bit, you're waking up, you're sleeping, you're waking up. So your sleep schedule is completely off. That does not help one's mental state. And then you add in physical pain, and it's just like that's the trifecta for going crazy. So for a week, I went a little crazy. It wasn't so bad. It was just so low. And I almost hate being low more than I hate being crazy. Like, at least when I'm crazy, I feel alive. I'm moving around, I'm doing stuff, I'm yelling or whatever. When I get that extreme apathy, that scares me because that's when I'm most dangerous to me. Because I know me. Because I'm just like, fuck it. What's the point? And I just give in. I give in and I give up. And I thought about it every second of every day for the last week. I've thought about it. And it had nothing to do with what had set it off. It just was me. It was a buildup over time of me not dealing with things, me not looking at things. And then just the big, hey, guess what? We're just going to sink into this, abyss and we're not going to let you out for a while. And in my stubbornness, I stayed there because I was like, what am I coming out for? So it could happen again. So I could, get hurt again. So I could be angry again. So I could be down again. I might as well just stay here. But that wasn't the case. It's not going to happen again. And if it does, I'll deal with it. But I'm not running away. I'm not going anywhere. When in reality, I laugh when it's funny. I mean, sometimes. Sometimes I'm fucking hilarious and he don't yell. He don't laugh. He don't yell. He really don't yell. But that day will destroy me. The day I get yelled at, Lord. Because I've heard him get loud. It's like, oh, nope. I never want him to be mad at me. But I'm quite vexing. So the chances of me not getting yelled at in the future are slim to none. That's all right. As long as I, don't yell back, we're good. Because if that starts, woof, Lord. It's an old bruise. It's yellow on his right cheek. And I saw the red on his forehead. I was like, what did he do? Bang it? Did he fall asleep? I figured this is Nick. He probably got really, really drunk and was sitting on stream or whatever and ended it. And all of a sudden just boom, right down. Because sometimes he just falls the fuck out. I was hysterical when he was in the chair. I was like, where's he going? Because he was just sinking lower and lower till it was just nose and forehead. I'll have to look for that bruise though. I wonder what he did. God, I don't know. He's a walking friggin' accident. That's hideous. We're not behaving that I'm aware of. No, you're being fine. We're glad you're feeling up to doing this live, Shelly. Thank you, Darth. I appreciate that. I do. Because unfortunately, Darth was like, you didn't do a show, yeah, right? I was like, no, this is Monday. And he was just like, what's going on? So, I mean, I told him the truth. I said, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I'm just so unenthusiastic. I'm not motivated. People are pissing me off left and right. And I just, I take shit too personal. And it's true. And he was just like, well, if you need to take a break, then it's okay. You can take a break. Just take care of you. So it's a nice side of Darth that other people don't get to see. Some of us know it's there, but most people just think he's an ass because that's what he wants them to think. It was a really good show, though, Monday night. You and Div, that was a really good one. You couldn't help, though, the little digs at Nova. Fucking, I can't with you. Little digs here and there. I was like, he just can't let that shit go. You don't have to, you don't have to harp on anything with Nova. He's already, fucked up. Everybody knows it. He'll implode himself. He don't need help from you. And yep, I said it. I don't give a fuck. And my daughter is bored and trying to go viral on TikTok with a bowl of pickles. I'm going to need further details on that. No, because your daughter is bored and trying to go viral on TikTok with a bowl of pickles. Girl, I'm gonna need more details. I'm just saying. Cause see, lady knows. She's like pickles. Like, where you go with that? Amers wonder if Nick slipped in the hot tub and smacked his face yesterday. I'm short as hell and I thought I could clear it. I was going under an open cabinet and going to close it as I was going to butt. Yeah, well, I've done that. I've been like, oh, I could walk right under. I hate when I do that. Like, I don't like that I could walk under low tree limbs and not have to duck. But sometimes I miscalculate, I guess. And I'll just have a big red mark in the middle of my forehead. I'll be like, God damn it. I thought I was gonna make it. And because I thought I was clear, I'd go like regular fucking speed, no caution at all. Boom. Yeah, I've done that. I don't know. Nick's really, really tall. You don't realize it until you see like a whole body pic and you see him next to his wife, and you're like, God damn, he's tall. And so skinny. But he might have fell in the hot tub. I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it, especially if he was drunk. But he was drunk enough Monday night that I was worried. That's why I sent him that super chat. He was like, that's why he was like, oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Because I'll just send him text, I'm worried. And he's like, I know. I'm like, thank you. That did not make me unworry. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay, you say that, but it don't look it. And yeah, I started to trip on the dog bowl, bent down, came back up, and smack! Now I have a giant goose egg on top of my head. I saw stars. Oh, that ain't good. Castro, I guess I'm lurking on YouTube right now. You just lurk all over. That's all right. You're welcome. Wherever I go, you're welcome. Ma Castro. And yeah, that is, I'm sorry. I'm picturing it, and it's, don't be mad, but I keep playing it over and over in my head, and it's still hilarious. Because it's totally something that would happen to me. It always happens like that. One little thing turns into like this huge freaking comedy sketch of you being a complete ass and winding up, with freaking bruises and whatever. Always injured. Ellie said the world has turned into a bunch of self-serving assholes who only give a shit about themselves or hurting others to make themselves feel better. I mean, don't sugarcoat it, girl. The worst is the asshats who make excuses for their bad behavior. Yeah. It's always everybody else's fault, not theirs. I mean, I own my shit. And I fuck up a lot. And I have many behaviors that are not good. Like I said, I'm quite vexing. Elephant, I had my car trunk fall on my head last week. Y'all are dangerous to yourselves. You realize that. Therapists are just overqualified pharmaceutical reps. Changed my mind. No, well, the therapist, not so much, but my shrink, absolutely. She was like, oh, you got off. She was so mad that I took myself off the meds. So mad. She was like, you can't do that. You're going to react. I was like, I did it 2 months ago. Like, I'm completely out of the woods and I'm much better now. Thank you. She was not happy. Not happy. And immediately put me on Xanax. I was like, what the fuck? I don't want that. She was like, all right, Atarax or Advent. What was it? Atarax. I was like, great. This is worse than the freaking like Xanax. I only need one to knock me the fuck out. It's another one that's put away. I don't have access to that. And you pickles, and it's just a bowl of pickles and music. I don't know what to do with that, Inya. I just don't. Oh shit, Ellie. Ouch. Yeah, Ellie doesn't hold back. I love that. Like, speak your shit. Go ahead. This is the place to do it. Inya, thank you both. It's fine. It was more embarrassing than anything. It's hilarious. Girl, I'd be telling everybody. You gotta learn to like spin your embarrassing stories into just shit to make people laugh. Go ahead. You got a big goose egg. Oh, that's so funny though. Because I could totally see you being like, "Oh, this is fine. I'm tiny. I'm little." Da, 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 da. Boom! God damn, and blame it on the dog. Be like, if I didn't have to feed you, God damn it. Yes, we hope your head feels better soon. It's hilarious though, because I keep seeing it over and over. It's like this great little clip in my head. My God, last week was horrible. Yeah, last week was really bad. It was. This whole last week has been just killer on my soul. Um, and most of it was my own doing. Enumers, if you do soak them in lemon juice first, they make me nosy the first two. Wait, try what? What are you going to try? I don't get it. What are you trying that you, girl? What did I miss? Or is YouTube or StreamYard's not sending something to me? Damn it. If you do soak them in lemon juice first, they make me nauseated the first few times I try them. Tried what? I'm so lost. Ellie said, y'all, on Valentine's Day, I had to drive my dogs to the vet because they've been sick for a week. Then I got a flat tire on the way to the vets. Had to get new tires because apparently they were dry rot. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, you can't fix dry rot. Oh, that sucks. Oh, the shrooms. I tried shrooms to throw me out of a bad depression. Kind of works. I started actually chatting on streams and met you lovely people. Ah, so we're your shroom squad. That's fucked up. You got on shrooms. It was like, hey, this looks like a good place to be. Wait, that's a much judge me on shrooms. I think I come out much better. I do. Defoe, what's up? I know I'm behind in chat. I'm like 15 minutes behind. You'll be all right. What's up? Defoe came over from Gutter's Pub. He was on there last night, I believe. What started it actually was I was talking randomly in Joe's stream about Dax, and Darth cut me on disco. Okay. All right. Castro said touch grass. Yes, touching grass is very good. Defoe, don't always comment, usually always listening. Yeah, I know. I love my lurkers. I do. Some people just don't have the opportunity or the desire to talk in chat. I completely get that. They just want something to listen to, somebody who's going to ramble on and on. And that's my thing. I can talk endlessly, apparently. Ever hear that, Denise? Where'd the nephew joke? Where'd the friend? I'm a door. No, but I don't know if any of you are like know anything about any kind of like Hispanic food, like Latino food or whatever. I think this is Cuban. It's called mofongo. It's like a soup, but it's so much more than just like all that. But anyway, like mofongo is a Spanish dish. And my vice principal / principal, because he eventually got promoted, you say, hey, where'd mofongo? And I'd be like, you realize it's not the same thing. Like, it would be funnier if you had mofongo in front of you and you were like, where'd mofongo? Then that would, but otherwise it's just out of nowhere and it has no context and I'm the only one that gets it. He's like, why do you got to fuck up my jokes? I'm like, because they suck. Because it can't all be as quick as you. He used to love like my retorts. That's one thing. Charles used to just look at me. Every time I'd say something, he'd look at me and go, you're so fucking quick. How are you? God, you're so quick. Because Marty is quick with the comebacks. And he used to say, like, Marty's really good with the comebacks. And then he met me. Like the real me. And he was like, wow. He was like, you're way quicker than he is. He was like, funnier too. I'm like, I know. It sucks. I know. Don't be jelly. It's all right. But yeah, he always used to say that. He'd just shake his head at me. Yeah, we welcome lurking. Yes, we do, lady. ZD, Shelly, the idea of this is to do this meditation before you get to that point where you can't function. You have to make it a part of normal practice. So it's got to become like a thing that I do like every 2 days or whatever. or like every 3 days. Yeah, it's some kind of scheduled part of my, like a lifestyle change. I get that. Eventually, you'll do it on your own without even thinking about it. Well, that's good habits. I need to develop good habits. And yeah, hey, Defoe, ignore my shenanigans. I'm in a goofball mood. I love when she's in a goofball mood. I do. I'll take all of them as goofballs any day because joy and, happiness don't always go along with these people. And thank you. I just said joy and fucking winning sent me a video the other day for joy and pain. And of course, now that's playing joy and pain, sunshine and rain. And I'm totally off key, but whatever. Like, I haven't heard that song in forever. He sent it to me and I'm like, fuck, it's been stuck in my head. Every time somebody says joy and it's followed by N, it automatically launches into that song. I'm like, you son of a bitch. Winning says therapists cannot write prescriptions. My therapist couldn't even call. You realize that I don't have a therapist or a shrink anymore because they gave up on me? What the fuck kind of shit is that? I got abandonment issues and they just stopped calling. Like, okay, thanks. Like, that's all right. I didn't want them around anyway. I think I went as far with that as I was going to go. I mean, I got friendly, like bantering with my therapist, which meant I was never going to tell her the shit that I told you guys. And it just, same thing with my shrink. I made my shrink laugh way too many times for me to have any respect for what she has to say. I remember the first time I made her laugh, it startled her. And she was like, oh, because we were on a Zoom call and like I could see her, she could see me. And I said something in my usual way. And she like outright laughed and she just, oh my God. And she covered her mouth and she looked so mad. I was like, what's the matter? I'm not supposed to laugh. She was like, clients don't make me laugh. I was like, okay. All right. 1, I'm sorry, I guess. And 2, I'm damn proud I made you laugh. Like, she was genuinely surprised that she laughed. And after that, she was much more laid back with me. But yeah, I think I've made her laugh too many times. She's like, she's fine. Defoe working away, just listening to. That's all right. Keep listening. Fuck the ADA is signed Canadian retirees. You're right. I really can't let it go. You really can't. The thing is, he's less than nothing. Dude, come on now. I mean, it's not Nova that I was really bitching about. It's more complicated than that. It always is. Nova made Monty's shit list. Did you see that clip yet? Said Winning Reality. Oof. No, because I went looking for that stream and he took it down. Like he always does. But yeah, no, I didn't give him the clip. But yeah, that's a whole whatever. I don't want to be involved. I have no problem with Monty. Anybody who has, that's their problem. I don't need to borrow trouble. I have enough trouble of my own. In your MERS, people are going viral with just an item or two, a certain song, and waving the camera around. It's TikTok, so they're morons. Yeah, see, that's the thing that irritates the fuck out of me. Like, I literally pour my heart and soul into these damn streams. And it's just like, meh. And that's all right. As long as I reach somebody, I'm good. As long as you guys keep coming back and laughing with me in the end, it's good. Morons. I heard that there was a stream. I also heard it was deleted. So I haven't seen the clip. Winning said, I have clips. Lord. It would be funny to see those two Riri's cage fight. What'd you just call me, Ellie? I resemble that remark. Guys, Bub, it's a stars kind of day. Picked up my grandson this morning. He was irritated and headbutted me in the temple. I thought I was going to drop. I didn't. But he did get the nanocycle look and he knew he done fucked up. That's when he knew he fucked up. Oh God, I got to do a lung cleanse because I'm terrible. In your mirrors. Long time ago, one drunken day, I threw a coffee cup at a door, and it was standing too too close. Guess what happened? I learned what a ricochet was first. Right in the forehead. I watched a guy. I swear to God, there was a dude down the projects. I was outside getting in my car with Vicky, Miguel, Frankie, and Spanky, and I just put the key in the door, and I turned because I saw this guy come running outside, and he was like a half a block away. So I felt fine, but I was on alert. And he had a fucking brick in his hand. He threw the brick at the window of the car that was parked there. That shit bounced off and pegged him right in the face. Lord, he dropped like a brick. But I never laughed so hard in my life. Me and Vicky and Frankie and Spanky were all just hysterical laughing at this dude. Miguel go, shut up, get in the car. What if he sees you, dude? He's knocked the fuck out. Who's he see? He ain't seeing shit. I'll throw another brick at him. Like, stop it. He was so worried. He was like, oh my God, if he sees us, if he sees, there's 5 of us and 1 of him. You pussy. Like, really? I'm not supposed to laugh because you're afraid. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ah, God. Gutter. There's nothing worse than getting head butted by a little kid. Oh my God. Their heads are made of friggin' granite. Right. I can't even talk. I just remember kind of running at me. I was sitting down talking to his teacher. They were in like this after school gym program. And he hadn't noticed me because he was going through like this obstacle course and he was having fun. So I just sat down and I'm talking to one of his teachers that was there. And all of a sudden I hear, Mommy! And I turned and I misjudged how far away he was. I didn't realize he was so close. I just managed to open my arms but I hadn't been able to sit fully up because I was leaning on my knees. So my head was farther forward than it should have been. And he jumped up into my arm. Oh my God. His head connected with the bone that's underneath my eye. And it was like the side of my nose, the occipital bone underneath my eye and my cheekbone all at once. And it was full on, like full projectile child. Like he had launched himself and I just didn't catch him in time and I had moved back in time. Oh my God. I had the biggest fucking bruise for like weeks. Everybody's like, what happened to you? My son's head. I was like, he jumped. I miscalculated. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. They will fuck you up. They will. They will fuck you up. Never getting this image out of my head now. Oh, with the ricochet. Winning said he's more on the warpath against Div. He said he has a song called Flat Chested or something like that. I remember that. Flat Chested. He was like he got really like into that song. So I made a rare appearance on YouTube and Winning shows up in Rumble. I can hear the swears from here. Yep. For Inya? Oh, absolutely. He gave her a quote unquote final warning. Dart said, laugh my ass off, warning divinity. That's cute. I know. To stop talking about him, calling her a user for trying to take his side in court case to get back in Nick and blowing her off. He isn't buying it. The fact that she's even involved in covering that dumpster fire was a giant mistake on her part, but telling Divinity is like warning her, good luck. All right. Y'all have your conversation. Cut his pub. Defoe! He'll just make her life hell if she doesn't. And he laid it all out. Oh. Yeah. ZD. I got his pub. I don't know if it's worse to be you or your grandson. He was on the receiving end of Nana's look, and that could be quite painful to the ego. Oh, yeah, you could wilt underneath a grandma's look. You never, like, grandma's the one who's supposed to love you and give you cookies and everything else. So when you piss her off, it's like, oh, shit. I never cared if I made my mother mad, but if I made grandma upset, I was devastated. But that was when I was little. I outgrew it. It became a game of let's see how red I can make her get. Let's see if I get that vein to pop out of her temple the way it does. And it wasn't like I didn't love her any less. I was just in a bitchy, malicious mood. It was like, she's here. Why not? I didn't have internet back then. See, now I could just go on the internet and fuck with people. But then I just had grandma. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Oh, got her when I give my son that look, he started to just give it back to me right before he straightened up. Right before he straightens up, like, oh crap, she isn't kidding. Yeah. See, there's a difference between like my son will argue with me, but when I hit a certain tone, oh, his whole demeanor changes. He's like, oh, she ain't fucking around. Like, no, I ain't. No, I'm this psycho mom. Not doing it. No, don't get. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm gonna do everything he told me to do. It's just like, but why do I have to go there to get a reaction out of you? Why? Then he's like, oh, you're manipulative. You make me manipulate you. What the fuck? Like, he don't manipulate me like crazy. I believe your therapist and psychiatrist quitting on you is called a sign. Well, I believe it's just, it's a going out of business sign. But yeah, it's a sign that they weren't the right ones for me. I don't really see how they helped that much. I really don't. This helped me more than anything. Yeah, my therapist I loved my therapist. I really did. I mean, I love my shrink too. She was very nice. But I don't think that the shrink was helpful. She was just there to medicate me. But the therapist, she gave me different like insights and different ideas. And I did do a lot of shows based on the ideas that she gave me. Like avenues that she said, here, go do this, or look into this, or I think that this is something worth looking into, or see if you find any videos on this. She did point me in a lot of different directions before, I like met people who actually knew what they were talking about as far as like narcissism and stuff like that. It was just trying to get me to understand the different things that were not my fault, but that they were my fault, but they weren't all my fault. Like, I was accountable for my actions and my words and whatever. But she's the one who said, instead of just blaming yourself, why don't you get to the root cause of it? And then, of course, that led to me like looking into all that kind of stuff. And then I became friends with Winning, who's all about, the root cause and solution culture and all that kind of stuff. So that helped me like further like that education in that area. So I was able to come on here and talk about stuff and get it out and like do the little research here and there and everywhere that made it make sense to me. So that it wasn't, I'm like, yeah, this is part of who I am and it's something I need to fix. I need to address it. But I need to know where it comes from, because if I don't know what caused it, I don't know how to like circumvent it later. I don't know how to heal that. If you don't know where the source of the infection is, the infection keeps going. It just manifests in different parts of your body throughout. You fix one area, it pops up somewhere else. So I needed to find the source of the issue that was happening. And I mean, she didn't help me do that directly. She gave me like different tools. But then once I met him, he really helped me to figure a lot of that stuff out. Got his bub exactly. And once they know. Yeah, you see that recognition, that light bulb go off in the head going, oh fuck. Like, oh fuck. Kids are in music class. I get a breather for an hour. That's awesome. Heading out. Have a good one, y'all. All right. Well, enjoy your time, Ellie. I hope you have a good day. Castro's psychiatry is counterproductive. It really is, because they want you to stay in that thing so that you stay on your meds and just, oh, I'm not even going to give you a thing. I'll just talk to you in a month. I love when they're like, I'll talk to you in 6 weeks because you seem fine. I'm like, I came in here like completely. How do you figure I seem fine? Well, depression is, you can't get rid of depression. Really? Because I'd really like to try. Can we try? Because I really don't want to live with this shit the rest of my life. Little episodes here and there is fine, but day to day, no, I'd like to, I don't know, be happy. Why is that such a weird concept for these doctors? Castro, I always carry a brick with me. The red kind that you build buildings with, not the other kind. Have a great rest of your day. And he's leaving too? Oh no, that's just Ellie saying bye. Bye, Ellie. Love you. Have a good day. Don't kill nobody. For fuck's sake, one of my kids, when they were a toddler, headbutted me in the nose and broke my nose. Yeah, that sounds absolutely 100% realistic. These kids will mess you up. Was Charles in charge? My Charles was always in charge. Or at least so he thought. I was always in charge. Fuck Charles. That's why I used to call him Chaz, because it pissed him off. I mean, really pissed him off. He hated it. Good, I meant to tell you that your face looks so much like my grandma's on my dad's side. So beautiful. She has blonde hair, though. It was uncanny seeing you the first time. Aw, that's so sweet. That is a hard headbutt. But those kids, they're always in motion. They don't know how to stop short. They just keep going. Kids' heads are weapons. Yes, they sure are. Lady, I have no idea what that feud is about. I'm gonna stay out of that. That's why I stopped reading it. It's like, nope. They can talk to one another, but I don't want any sound bites out there that can fucking hang me. I don't got a problem with nobody. I got no problem with nobody. I am in my lane, doing my thing, making my jokes. And if you piss me off, then I'm gonna call you out. But he's never done anything to me, so. Oh, good Lord, people can be vicious. What the hell is that? Oh, always. Always. I said it earlier, self-serving assholes. There you go. Because there's no money in the cure, only in the meds. I mean, really, and there's no money in cure me, because then I don't need her. That's just like, But again, they're not calling me. I wonder if they're still billing my insurance because everything was like online. I mean, my therapist literally used to just text me and be like, oh, I'm going to call at such and such time. Be like, I might be asleep. Speak, all right, you sleep. Really? Like, that's how appointments work now? I did sleep through the last 2 times that she called, and I did apologize, but I didn't feel good. And I did tell her I had the coof, but I never told her that, the coof went away. I mean, common sense got to tell you, I had coof, what? Month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago now. So, like, I should be over it by now. There's no money in curing you. There's no money in helping me either, apparently. I can't explain to you how upset she was that I was off all those meds and fine. She was upset. It was like, how dare you throw a wrench in my works? This is my whole belief system. You need these meds. No, I needed to be off those meds to be better, which I was once I was off them. And I needed to talk. I needed to talk to people who could relate, who weren't going to side with my mother. That drove me insane. She was like, your mother cares. Stop telling me the things you want me to hear. I know she doesn't give a fuck. It's not something that I'm guessing about. So don't try to fucking gaslight me and tell me, oh, your mother really cares. No, she's already good enough at telling me that she cares when she don't. So, like, don't you tell me to, because then you make it seem like it's my fucking, issue. Like I'm seeing shit that isn't there. No, like the woman has proven time and time again, she don't give a fuck. So don't bullshit me and try to tell me that she does. That's not going to make me feel better. You know what makes me feel better? Facing the fact that she don't give a fuck. Do I know why? No. Is it my fault? No. Did she tell me it was my fault and prove to me it was my fault? Yes. Do I believe it? No. Why? Because she's selfish. Because that's just how it is. When you like tell me bullshit, you're skewing the picture. I'm not seeing her for who she is. Is she like that with other people? No. Just me. Just me. Why? Because I resemble my father? She says that. I don't see it. I'm gonna put up my mother and father's their pre-wedding video of her getting ready for the wedding and him carrying her over the threshold or whatever. And you'll get to see my father with no facial hair, none of that, as a 20-year-old. And you'll be able to see I look nothing like him. Nothing. I have his eyes. That's the only thing I have. We have the exact same eyes, except his didn't get lighter when he got upset. Mine do. Mine fucking glow when I get upset. Castro, historically in China, you paid the doctor when you were healthy and stopped paying him when you're sick. To just that thought completely. Holy shit. Well, because you're paying him to keep you healthy? I mean, that's not a bad way to be. 1 second. Hello? All right. So, Lady Awesome Sky, if you're not on what she's pushing, the meds, and they don't have any interest in helping you. She was really, really upset. And she didn't like that the one doctor wanted me on Xanax, and then she was like, all right, I'll give you the Xanax. And I was like, I don't want to be on Xanax. All right, then we'll put you on Atarax. Like, why are you giving me anything? Hot Shots, I have my father's eyes. Oh, Lord. That was that. Hot Shots was the parody movie, right? Like slapsticky. Wait, who was in it? Charlie Sheen? Was he in it? I have my father's eyes, and then he like pulls out his father's eyes or whatever. Or they're in a jar. I forget. I have my father's eyes. I wish I had his eyes so I could set them on fire. Anyway. And it's weird because my eyes are one of the things I love most about me, because my eyes are very expressive. I can't hide anything. You look at my eyes, you know every thought I'm having, and it's just because I do have very playful. What the hell? I'm trying to think of how Luca put it. He said something when we met face to face. He was like, I've seen your videos, like I've seen you on the, FaceTime, and I've texted you, but I wasn't prepared. And I was like, for what? He was like, how playful your eyes are. He was like all I see in your eyes is just mischief. He was like, and it's just, I love it. And I was like, thank you. He was like, they actually twinkle. I was like, all right. And I know part of it was, him, because he was trying to get some, but he was genuine about it, because he said it even after. He always used to say that. He was like, I miss that look in your eyes. What look am I? The look that you're out to do up to no good. Like you're out to do just a lot of mischief. It was like, all right. He was the first one that ever told me. He was like, they're gods of mischief. He was like, you should pray to them. It was like, because I think you're one of theirs. I was like, okay. Because I'm such a troll sometimes. I mean, I love to prank people. Oh my God, I love to prank people. You have no idea. And I will go full fucking bore. I told you, we newspapered Vic's entire office, me and Zuma, because I just felt like doing it one day. I was like, are you free Sunday? And she's like, why? I was like, I want a newspaper Vic's office. And she was like, what time you want to go? And she was like, how you going to get in? I was like, I got a key. How do you get a key? From Marty. Okay. And we went, oh God, we had such a good time. Less than an hour. I mean, we are efficient. Me and Zuma, we are an amazing team. We had every surface of that entire office wallpapered in newspapers in just like circular articles, coupons, shit like that. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, the microwave, the cabinet, the refrigerator, his chair, the computer. We had everything. Like everything was taped down and covered up and whatever. I had all these plastic bowls in the cabinet, in the refrigerator, and in the microwave. And so that he wouldn't see them in the microwave, I slipped a black piece of construction paper into the microwave up against the window so you couldn't see in it. It just looked like it was dark, like normal. So when you hit the open door thing, they just come flooding out. I filled his bathroom with balloons to the ceiling. I covered the inside of the bathroom door with saran wrap. I covered the toilet bowl with saran wrap. I completely wrapped his chair in aluminum foil and then saran wrap and then more aluminum foil, so he would have to take off layer by layer. I put the air horn underneath the thing. It was, oh my God, it was fantastic. And he went to work Monday morning. I watched from the other side of the gym. And everybody was just like doing their own thing. Nobody knew what was going on. Zuma was, like driving into work. And I had her on the phone. I was like, I'm watching. And she was like, all right. She was like, we need video. I was like, all right, I'll call you back. So I started like taping him and I see him open the door. And all of a sudden it's all dark in there. And he was like, he's looking down because he could hear the crinkle as he steps on the paper. And he put the light on. And all you hear is, what the fuck? He closed the door and you could hear him opening shit and just shit falling down. And like he tried to go in his bathroom because he always had to go to the bathroom first thing when he got in the morning. So that's why I did that. I made it impossible for him to get in there. Oh my God. He was so like, what the hell is going on? Who the hell? Shy! Didn't take him long. Oh, it was fun. It was fun. But I love that. I love playing pranks on people. I'm a bounce. Much love, Shell and Chat. Have a good day, Pete's. Have a wonderful one. Oh, God. But yeah, I'm going to end it on a good note because that was fun. I like remembering that. I like remembering. Oh, I love pranks. I love them. Love them, love them, love them. God. I haven't played a prank on somebody in a long time. I got to do that. I got to figure out a way to prank one of my kids. Probably Katie, because Connor takes it badly. Anyway, so that's the end of my Wednesday show. I will see you guys on Friday. Tonight is... let's see. Tonight at 8 o'clock is... I'm going to throw the link up there. God damn it. He put up all these new things. Exposing Mass Censorship Epidemic. And I'm going to throw the link in the chat. For Unveiling Reality. And that's tonight, 8 o'clock. I'll be in chat waiting to talk to you guys. Anyways, Jacob C, that's crazy. So the people that couldn't afford to retain doctor were just SOL when they got sick? No, the opposite. Isn't that what he said? Like it was the opposite. You paid your doctor when you were healthy and you stopped paying him when you were sick. So if you were sick, you could go to any doctor and not pay. You had to pay them when you were healthy. So it's like the reverse of what happens here. My husband went back a year later and the doctor was pissed because my husband no longer had colitis. Weird. Yeah, isn't that weird? When you take care of it yourself, they're like, how'd you do that? What doctor did you go? Like, shut up. You mean incentivizing doctors to take an interest in keeping you healthy? That's novel, right? I mean, I wish they did that shit here. Yeah, F you, doctor. Absolutely. And you know, doctor, the doctor fixed you for free when you were sick. You paid him when you were healthy. So, like, you paid for like well visits and stuff like that. I guess like elective stuff. But, you know, you paid him when the job was done. I thought, don't worry. I thought something, girl, no. It's all right. It's fine. It's a very foreign concept to think of. So I can see where you're just like, I don't get it. Wait, what? Castro, I have zero respect for most doctors. Yeah, I don't have any respect for them either. If they were doing their job, they would have told me don't get the jibby jabby. They would have said, hey, it's not ready. It's not good for you. Don't do it. You could wind up, you know, DED dead. Like you could just wind up dead. This was medieval China. Yeah, well, I think Japan does a lot of things like that, don't they? I'm pretty sure. Like, I think Japan's like healthcare system is way beyond ours and affordable, which is like, okay, that'd be nice. The logic is solid, though. Oh, you said medieval. You know that the word medieval didn't even register with me. Anyway, all right. I am. Oh, I can't go without this. All right, to all of you who are setting out, make sure you stop by tonight, 8:00. Unveiling reality, and he will be exposing mass censorship, exposing the mass censorship epidemic. And being as we all deal with that here, I suggest you all show up and hang out and talk and give your thoughts. Let's see where we go with it. Most likely, I'm hoping that, you know, it'll stay on YouTube, but most likely we'll be on Rumble regardless. So I will see you all there. And thank you. Thank you for doing this with me today and for putting up with my nonsense when I need you to. There's going to be a lot more shows going into like specifics of stuff because I really want to talk about like where the issues come from, because I'm not going to be able to deal with them until I realize what causes them. And I think that's better said around you guys because you have feedback. You know, you've been there, a lot of you. So until next time, I love you. Mwah. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud, we'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and Seaside Heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be